Chapter 279. Rafter Pound's Future. Klein held the baronet's hair, closed his eyes, and with the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the grey world, he saw a narrow, irregular hole. Rafter Pound, with puffy eyes and white sideburns, propped himself up on his elbows, crawled forward like a reptile, and crawled out. Immediately after, the scene flashed, and he picked up a black iron badge from somewhere and wore it on his chest. The emblem was carved with a scepter and a hand tightly gripping the scepter. Tutor! Klein suddenly woke up from his dream and sat up straight. According to Miss Bodyguard's introduction, the black iron badge was engraved with the royal coat of arms of the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire. It was identical to what he had seen in the ancient building. Rafter Pound is definitely not as simple as he appeared. Klein rubbed his forehead and whispered to himself. As a seer, he had his own interpretation of the revelation he had just seen in the dream. On the one hand, he knew that it was something Rafter Pound would do in the future. On the other hand, he believed that it meant that Rafter Pound had a deep connection with the Tudor family. After the 3 tests of direct questioning, dream probing, and spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't expose any problems, nor did I notice anything abnormal. If I hadn't held back, I might have been fooled by him. Maybe he really doesn't know anything now, and he was just acting as he was. In the future, he would have encountered an opportunity to form a connection with the Tudor family, but it's more likely that he has already learned a lot of things from the old Viscount. Before he's confident, he deliberately fell into depravity and played the fool. And to be able to fool my dream and spirit channeling, it must be some kind of beyonder power at work. He probably wasn't acting back then, and he really fell into a muddle-headed state. Otherwise, he would have long exposed himself in front of me, who is very experienced. What kind of beyonder power could it be? What sequence is he? Or is he born with certain beyonder powers? As Klein thought about it, he felt that he had reached a dead end. He hurriedly pulled himself out of it, changed his angle, and silently muttered to himself. Rafter Pound has a deep connection with the Tudor family. Can I make a bold assumption that he is actually a descendant of the Tudor family? If his blood relationship with the old Viscount is real, then things will be interesting. The entire Pound family is a branch of the Tudor family that changed their name to escape pursuit? They established meritorious deeds, obtained titles, and returned to the center of power step by step. At the same time, they were secretly searching for the secret relics left by the Tudor Empire in Bakeland. After who knows how many years, they finally got something, so they bought the house that currently belonged to Miller Carter and built an exaggerated basement to explore the surrounding area. 30 to 40 years ago, they found the ruins and built a secret door that led to that place. However, in the process of exploring the ruins, an accident happened. The evil spirit didn't recognize the so-called descendants of the Tudor family at all. The 2 heirs of the old Viscount died in the innermost room, one after another. Even the beyonder characteristics and mystical items couldn't be rescued. Although the old Viscount had spent a huge price to buy similar beyonder characteristics, making the deaths of the 2 heirs appear relatively normal, the consecutive deaths were still somewhat suspicious in the eyes of the royal family and the church. Therefore, after the old Viscount died, Rafter Pound deliberately exaggerated and distorted the secret investigations back then, frightening himself into having psychological problems. He began to indulge in alcohol, women, and gambling to avoid attention. This can explain something that puzzled me previously. A Viscount family was actually controlled by a mysterious person of unknown origins. Do they think the royal family and the church are blind? Even if they wanted to control them, they would use a gentler method that wouldn't be detected. For example, a sequence 6 faceless of my pathway. Even a child can detect the abnormality, much less the powerhouses of the royal family and the 3 churches? The only explanation for why they didn't know is that they were the ones who sent those people. Yes, Back then, I guessed that the Tudor family and the Tuluan-Sostal family also controlled the Black Emperor pathway. Therefore, due to the need for acting, the dynasty they established would retain the style and characteristics of the Solomon Empire. This point seems to have been indirectly confirmed by Miss Bodyguard. Sequence 9 of the Black Emperor pathway is lawyer. It's a beyonder profession that's very good at using order. Rafter Pound's ability to deceive dreams and mediumship originates from this, or is it a step further? He fully cooperated with me, but in his dream and muddle-headed state, he still subconsciously used the loopholes in order to make the outcome develop in the direction he wanted. On careful thought, during the mediumship process, Rafter Pound really didn't seem to be lying. However, the truth was only a partial truth. Maintaining the family and remembering the glory can refer to the Pound family, but it can also refer to the Tudor family. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit, and he had an overall judgment of the matter. From Rafter Pound's current attitude, it's unlikely that the evil spirit can escape without external help. Otherwise, this baronet would have long thought of a way to save himself. Regardless of whether the evil spirit comes looking for him, as long as it escapes the seal and creates a disaster, the underground ruins won't be able to hide from the royal family and the church. When that happens, Rafter will definitely be implicated. The collapse of the opposite room didn't affect the power that binds the evil spirit. This means that as long as the innermost room isn't directly destroyed, the evil spirit won't be able to escape. Yes, the plan is very clear. I'll buy some explosives from Casper's and collapse the entrance so that no one can enter. I'll bury the evil spirit underground forever. When I have enough strength, I can consider dealing with it and help the citizens of Bakeland completely eliminate this latent danger. I'll also obtain some valuable items in passing. However, what's the safest way to blow it up? I don't know anything. Perhaps Casper's knows an explosives expert? After all, he's a black market weapons merchant. Klein quickly finalized his plan and decided to find Casper's tomorrow evening. He wanted to resolve the matter of the underground ruins within a week. As for the true relationship between the Pound family and the Tudor family, as well as Rafter Pound's abnormality, he didn't want to delve into it. It's none of my business, Klein muttered as he quickly fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. On Friday morning, Klein went out early as usual, pretending to be very busy. But in reality, he was once again at the Quelleg Club, practicing shooting, reading the newspapers, and having a rather pleasant time. At tea time, he was about to leave after spending almost a day there, but he was surprised to see his former employer, Mary Gale, and his equestrian teacher, Talon Dumont, enter the club at the same time. Together with them were many gentlemen in double-breasted frocks and ladies in beautiful dresses and exquisite makeup. Among them was a reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence! Mike, who had a pair of charming eyes but rather rough skin, took the initiative to greet him. Klein smiled and replied, "Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence! Mr. Reporter, are you done with your investigative news?" "Yes, it's all thanks to your help. Let me introduce you. This is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a good friend of Talon's." Mike waved his arm and said. After exchanging greetings, Mike continued, I've roughly figured out who Capim is. I'll tell you in detail when I'm free. In short, I already have sufficient reason to believe that Sibber's death was a result of a copycat crime and not the work of the serial killer. Haha, tomorrow you'll see my investigative news in the newspapers. Just as I guessed, Klein replied with a smile. At this moment, Mike seemed to recall something and turned to Mary Gale. I'll arrange an interview with you about the air pollution situation in Bakeland and its solutions. However, you have to communicate with our newspaper's editor-in-chief in advance to finalize the layout and time. Mary's eyes lit up. All right. Thank you so much. Mike, why didn't I think of such a good idea? Is this publicity and publicity for entering the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council? This reporter, Mike, is very experienced. Although the Daily Observer isn't one of the best newspapers, it still has quite a large circulation. Mary suddenly came here today because the members of the House of Commons who are members of this club are coming? A private club is really suitable for politics and business. Klein came to a realization and bade farewell. Before he became a faceless, he didn't want to get involved in such matters that were close to the upper echelons. In the evening, in an apartment in East Borough, after a busy day, Williams entered the cramped room he rented. He planned on changing into a coat, taking some cash, and heading to a tavern for a good drink. He would also settle his dinner there. In the dark and gloomy environment, he suddenly stopped putting on his coat. He saw a black shadow standing by the window, its face completely obscured by the shadow of a hood. "Who asked you to look for Lenevis?" the black shadow asked in a low and slow voice. Williams quickly put on his coat and gulped. "A friend of mine, a bounty hunter." Bounty hunters were adventurers whose main source of income was various bounties. In East Borough and Bakeland, there were quite a number of them. Why did she suddenly start looking for Lenevis? That's a bounty from a long time ago. The black shadow was very tall as it walked in front of Williams step by step. "I don't know. Maybe she's just trying to change the bounty." Williams took a very small step back. The black shadow pressed in a hoarse voice. "Who is she?" Williams immediately fell into a dilemma. After a few seconds, he replied with a trembling voice, Zio Dericha. Zio Dericha. I don't know where she lives." "Very good, very honest." The black shadow reached out and patted Williams's body. Without asking any further, he walked towards the door. Williams heaved a sigh of relief, believing that his rich experience in the underworld had helped him. Don't be stubborn when you shouldn't be. At that moment, he saw the black shadow snap his fingers. Puh! Williams's thoughts froze. His body instantly split into pieces and scattered in all directions, leaving the ground and walls covered in flesh and blood. Right on the heels of that, the black shadow broke the gas pipe. Amidst the sizzling sounds, he picked up the candle on Williams's table and rubbed the wick. The black shadow then left. A few minutes later, the candle suddenly lit up on its own. Boom. Chapter 280. After dinner, in the billiard room of the Bravehearts Bar, Klein wore a simple black coat that matched the style of the place and a dark-colored cap. Holding a glass of Southville beer, he closed the door behind him and walked to Casper's, who was bending over to test the ball. Before he could force a smile and greet him, Casper's had already stopped moving. He straightened his body and glanced at him. "Merrick isn't here. No extra parties of the kind you want. Other than weapons, I have nothing. Very familiar. Fortunately, my goal today is different." Klein twitched the corner of his mouth. "I'm here to buy weapons. Merrick isn't here again. It looks like this stronghold has been exposed and is being targeted by enemies, so they've decided to move. Then I won't be able to contact Miss Bodyguard. Also, the helper I plan to use to fool Miller Carter is Merrick's zombie. It's confidential, obedient, and not afraid of death. Yes, the premise is that its spirituality blocks the influence of Aztec's copper whistle." As he spoke, a series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Casper's was a little surprised. He leaned against the queue suspiciously and rubbed his nose. "What weapon do you want to buy? Did he run out of bullets? You practice a lot." "No, I use extra bullets I bought at the Quelag Club for practice." Klein smiled. "I want to buy explosives, the kind widely used in mines." "What do you want?" Casper's blurted out, and his expression became solemn and serious. "I'm warning you, don't try to do anything big. I will not allow my customers to provoke Civilau's yard. Of course, you don't have to buy weapons from me. To be able to be a black market weapons dealer and survive to this day, it can be said that he's very law-abiding to a certain extent. At the very least, he wouldn't sell things to those crazy fellows. Klein habitually gave his evaluation from the standpoint of a nighthawk. At the same time, he said with a smile, "You seem to have misunderstood something. I don't want to blow up the door of a bank vault, nor do I plan on creating sensational news. I'm only helping someone demolish a building to facilitate the subsequent renovation." Then why didn't he find a proper construction company? Kaspers did not let down his guard. "Haha, that's a secret room. He doesn't want outsiders to know about it." Klein then asked, "Do you know any reliable explosives experts? I'm not good at this kind of thing. I'm afraid that the whole house will collapse." When Kaspers saw that the other party was still thinking about keeping the house intact, the doubts in his heart immediately dissipated. Just as he deliberated over his answer, an illusory and fleeting voice suddenly rang out in the room. "No need." A familiar feeling surfaced as Klein hurriedly turned his head and realized that Miss Bodyguard was already sitting on a chair in the corner at some point in time. She was still wearing a black Gothic regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her face was as pale as ever, and her pale blonde hair and exquisite face accentuated each other's strengths. "Good evening, Ma-am." Klein bowed slightly and bowed. "Good evening, Ma-am Sharon." Kaspers did the same action. "So her name is Sharon." Klein thoughtfully waited for her to speak. Miss Bodyguard, who was addressed as Sharon, looked at Kaspers and said, "Merrick will not come here again in the future. If you need anything from him, leave a message according to the third method we agreed upon." "All right, Ma-am Sharon." Kaspers, an old man who had clearly seen the world, seemed to have an instinctive fear of Miss Bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Klein interrupted. "If, and I'm saying if, I want to find Merrick for help, how should I contact him?" "Find Kaspers," Sharon answered very succinctly. "All right." Klein threw up his hands and grunted. "What did you mean when you said that you don't need an explosives expert?" Sharon's blue eyes didn't waver in the slightest. "That's me." "That's you? You're an explosives expert? Wait, aren't you a beyonder with special powers of about sequence 5? Why are you also a explosives expert?" Klein was taken aback for a moment, unsure of how to respond. In the end, he chose to believe in Miss Bodyguard. He deliberated and said, "I went to visit." Before he finished speaking, he swept his gaze at Kaspers, indicating that the following topic wasn't suitable for an ordinary person like him. In terms of physique, a black market arms dealer is indeed considered an ordinary person. Klein silently added. Sharon turned to look at Kaspers. "Prepare the explosives." £2. "He's out." "Yes, Ma-am Sharon." Kaspers swept a glance at Klein and limped out of the billiard room. He didn't forget to close the door behind him. Seeing Miss Bodyguard looking at him without saying a word, Klein felt like he was being watched by a female ghost. He hurriedly organized his words. And said, "I found out Baronet Pound's address and visited him in the middle of the night." After relaying Rafter Pound's words, Klein began to demonstrate his reasoning, working backwards from the results to the process of inference. "I think he lied about many things. It's impossible for a Viscount's family to be so easily controlled in secret. If even a child can discover the abnormality, how can the royal family and the church not notice it?" After Rafter Pound's fall, he had many opportunities to interact with outsiders and other nobles. As long as he had a little courage, he could easily resolve the problem. "So, I think he must be hiding something, and there's a high chance that it's related to the underground building. Judging from his condition, the evil spirit won't be able to escape for a long time, so I plan to use some explosives to destroy the entrance so that others won't have a chance to enter. I'm afraid that they'll release the evil spirit by mistake." "Yeah." Sharon didn't confirm Klein's idea, but she didn't deny it either. At this moment, Klein hesitated and asked, "I don't know anything about explosives, so I'm going to draw up a layout and ask an explosives expert to give me the location and weight of the explosives. If I need your help again, how much do I need to pay? If it's too expensive, it's better for me to find a general explosives expert. After all, it's only £50 for my job, while Miss Bodyguard costs £1,000 for 3 days. Klein had already made plans. It's free. Sharon's answer was still in the style of omitting words whenever possible. Free? Klein was startled. According to his common sense, free things were the most expensive. Sharon sat there quietly for a few seconds before she gave a brief explanation. After blowing up the entrance, I'm the only one who can go in and out. That in itself is what I hope to do. In other words, you plan to get rid of the evil spirit and harvest the items inside after you have enough confidence? Blowing up the exit is actually helping you eliminate any interference and possible covetous eyes. After all, beyonders of other sequences are unable to pass through boulders and mud like spirit bodies. Yes, except for those of the apprentice pathway, but they don't know about the underground structure. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Deal. After saying that, he hurriedly added, Borrow a few subordinates from Merrick, subordinates who can keep their mouths shut. These are the helpers to show Miller Carter. Okay. Sharon didn't refuse. Klein deliberately didn't mention the remuneration and smiled. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning then. We have to explore the surrounding terrain in advance. We can't let the explosion cause obvious damage. Sharon nodded slightly. Then, her figure gradually faded and disappeared. On Saturday morning, Zio Dericha once again took a public carriage to Eastborough to confirm if her commission had been successful. While waiting for the transfer, she suddenly had the urge to buy a newspaper to read. She took out a penny and bought a copy of the Bakeland Post from the newsboy beside her. She quickly flipped through it. Suddenly, her gaze froze because of a piece of news on the third page. Breaking news. At 7:10 last night, a serious explosion occurred in an apartment at 1 Dharavi Street in Eastborough. It's suspected to be caused by a gas leak. The explosion occurred in room 6 on the 3rd floor. The tenant died on the spot. There wasn't even a complete corpse left behind. By midnight, the explosion had killed 3 people and injured 16 others. 1 Dharavi Street. Apartment 3-6. Isn't that where Williams rents? He's dead? Died from an explosion caused by a gas leak? No. That's definitely not the case. He wouldn't have the luxury of using gas, even if it was installed there. Could it be because of this that he just accepted my commission? But Lenevis is a wanted criminal. If he discovered that someone was looking for him, he could just change locations. There's no need to kill to keep the secret. That would easily expose the problem. The way this matter was handled is too strange and radical. It's like the work of a madman. He's clearly just a swindler. Poor Williams. I'll definitely avenge you. I'll definitely find out the truth. Zio looked at the public carriage in front of her sadly and solemnly. She didn't get on it. She knew that it would be very dangerous to go to Eastborough now. She planned on immediately returning to tell Furs to move to the spare rental apartment. She would disguise herself and sneak into Eastborough to ask people she knew. She would figure out the whole story and find traces left behind by the murderer. Sigh, there's indeed no danger in Miss Audrey's commission. I was the one who felt that a wanted swindler wouldn't retaliate fiercely as long as I don't block him and prevent him from escaping. I was careless. I was the one who caused William's death. Yes, I can't rule out the possibility that he's also gathering information about other matters and causing trouble. Zio closed her eyes, crossed the road, and walked to the waiting area across the street. At 10:14, Klein and Miss Bodyguard Sharon confirmed the surface of the 4th Epic building and arrived outside the house at 8 William Street. Sharon had already disappeared. Miller Carter saw Detective Sherlock Moriarty in a grayish-blue worker's uniform and cap, and his 3 silent, burly assistants. It's easier to explore, Klein explained. Miller Carter's gaze swept across the three assistants who looked like they were good at fighting and nodded in satisfaction. Your preparations were faster than I expected. Are there snake repellent experts among them? Yes, they're all very good at repelling snakes, Klein answered without hesitation. Chapter 281. In the deep and dark underground building, Klein circled the hall with a lantern in hand, carefully checking if there were any other entrances. Of course, he didn't dare enter the tunnel that led to the innermost room, and the snakes that had regrouped were once again blown away by the biting cold wind. After receiving an affirmative answer, he took the initiative to retreat to the door and watched with the three zombies as Miss Bodyguard Sharon placed explosives in different spots. She looks very professional, Klein sighed softly. And the three zombies undoubtedly didn't respond to him. However, there was a reason for this. He had been using his spirituality to shield himself from the negative effects of Aztec's copper whistle. Otherwise, he would have encountered an unusually enthusiastic agreement. He originally didn't plan on bringing this ancient and exquisite copper whistle, but considering that he had to be wary of the evil spirits, he had no choice but to sacrifice some spirituality. Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon really isn't bragging when she says that she's an explosives expert. She was originally in this line of work? Or could it be that a certain sequence in her Beyonder pathway makes her good at such fields? According to the information I read when I was in the Nighthawks, there are roughly sequence 9 criminal, prisoner, warrior, and hunter, sequence 8 sheriff, and sequence 7 weapon master and knowledge keeper. The latter has a nickname called detective, and it belongs to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. I'm not sure about the rest. I wonder which pathway Miss Sharon is from. It doesn't look like it. She even showed the ability to command zombies this time. While Klein was making all sorts of random associations, Sharon completed the setup and lit the fuse. Lit? Hey! Why didn't you warn me? Why didn't you warn me? Only then did Klein snap back to his senses. He jumped in fright and hurriedly left the hall and entered the corridor outside. The three zombies followed behind him unhurriedly. It's safe here. Sharon suddenly appeared beside him. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Will there be any dust coming down from here?" "Yes." Sharon gave an affirmative answer with one word. "That's good." As he spoke, Klein took another step back. The sound of the fuse burning reached his ears, making him a little annoyed. This emotion was not because he was afraid of the following explosion, but because there was one boot that had yet to touch the ground. "One," Sharon suddenly said. "Huh!" Klein didn't understand what he meant. Rumble. The earth shook violently and dust fell from above. Klein's ears were buzzing, and he couldn't hear anything else for a while. If he wasn't a clown, he would have lost his balance and fallen to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Distracted and unprepared, he coughed. He saw boulders and mud falling rapidly in front of him, blocking the entrance in an instant. Amidst the remaining tremors, Klein gripped the copper whistle that Mr. Aztec had given him and observed its reaction. Although he had divined ahead of time that there wouldn't be any danger on this trip, this place involved the human statues of 6 Orthodox deities. Even if it was a revelation he had received above the gray fog, he didn't dare to completely believe it. Furthermore, the interpretation itself could be wrong. Therefore, he cautiously used Aztec's copper whistle to determine if the evil spirit had escaped. The copper whistle's surface was cold but gentle. It didn't show any abnormal changes. Klein was completely at ease. He looked at the zombies beside him and confirmed one thing from their eyes. He was currently covered in dust. That's good. It matches the explanation I'm going to give to Mr. Miller Carter later. I didn't waste my effort in changing my clothes. He walked to the entrance and confirmed that it was completely blocked. Without causing a huge commotion, only the apprentice pathway and beyonders like Miss Sharon would be able to enter in the future. She eliminated many potential competitors. It's no wonder it's free. Klein stared at the rocks and soil as he sighed inwardly. Of course I can do it too. I have a spiritual body. He smiled as he silently added in his heart, but his expression did not change. Done. Klein snapped his fingers exaggeratedly and led the three zombies back to the basement of the house in a hurry. Sharon had disappeared at some point. In the spacious basement, Miller Carter paced back and forth anxiously, looking at the secret door from time to time. When he saw Detective Moriarty and his assistants come out, he let out a long sigh of relief and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened inside?" Klein deliberately panted. "That underground building is too old, and it hasn't been repaired for a long time. We were originally driving the snakes away, but our movements were a little too big, and it caused a violent collapse. The whole building collapsed. Luckily, we were close to the door and escaped in time." Holy Lord of Storms! That building is that dangerous? Miller Carter clenched his fist and hit his left chest. Yes, there are only a few well-preserved ancient buildings. The rest have collapsed in the long river of history, Klein replied. I'll take you in to take a look and confirm the situation. Is there any more collapses? Miller asked cautiously. No, this side is more sturdy. Klein deliberately patted the dust off his body, coughed twice, and led his employer in. They stopped at the completely blocked entrance, and the walls near the hall had also collapsed. Behind them were rocks and soil. You can use this part. He pointed to the corridor area. Miller was silent for a few seconds before sighing. Thankfully, I didn't rashly send people in to explore, and instead found a professional like you. Otherwise, I would have to bear the burden of several lives. All right, this commission ends here. I'll give you the rest of the payment. As he spoke, Miller Carter had already taken out his wallet and counted it. He was somewhat embarrassed to find that there were only about £30 in cash. Fortunately, I still have other money. Otherwise, I'd have to make a trip to the bank, Miller muttered and looked up at Klein. Do you mind accepting gold coins? No, I don't mind any form of money. Klein smiled. In the Rouen kingdom, in addition to large banknotes, the gold pounds could also be gold coins. This was also a guarantee of the face value of the banknote. However, in the 100 years since Roselle the Great, the people of the northern continent had become more and more accustomed to banknote. There were even members of parliament who wanted copper pennies to have corresponding banknotes. In the true sense of the word, gold pounds were rarely circulated in the market. Only some old-fashioned gentlemen would attach a fixed box to the other end of their pocket watch chain, and put some gold coins inside in case of accident. This was both a way to feel at ease and a habit. Miller nodded and took out a shimmering box from a pocket along the golden watch chain on his clothes. He opened the box, took out 5 gold coins, and handed them to the detective in front of him, along with the banknotes he had counted earlier. Klein didn't avoid anything. After counting, he suddenly flicked a gold coin up and caught it with his open palm. Thank you for your generosity. He glanced at the portrait and revealed a sincere smile. Then, he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed to Miller Carter. Yes, if it were any other detective, even if they blew up the entrance and passageway, they would definitely have nightmares after returning. There would be strange noises in the house, and they would become mentally weak. They would feel like someone was staring at them at all times. This is the corruption of the evil spirit's aura, and it will take a long time for it to disappear. But we're different. Miss Sharon is like a female ghost to begin with. I'll be completely fine once I go above the gray fog. As for those 3 zombies, they're not even afraid of death, so what's there to be afraid of? Klein lampooned in a good mood, then he bade farewell to Miller Carter and left the house. When he reached the street, the 3 living corpses didn't greet him and just walked in the other direction. Miss Sharon is gone. She really didn't pay the zombies. Klein smiled and raised his arm, waving at the backs of the 3 zombies. After that, he went home and changed into normal clothes before heading to the Quelag Club to practice shooting. After having dinner as a reward for the successful completion of the mission, Klein took a public carriage back to Minsk Street. The gloomy and dim environment was illuminated by gas street lamp. With his cane in hand, he strolled leisurely along the street. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. What's going on? Klein looked up and saw two police officers leading a police dog over. They seemed to be conducting an interrogation along the way. Interrogation? An interrogation with a police dog? Is this the impact of the serial murders? The smell of cloves and gooseberries left at the scene, so more police dogs were deployed? Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. The history of police dogs could be traced back to the time of Roselle, but there were not many of them. Considering that he had a lot of items on him, and considering the premonition he had just had, Klein decided to take a detour and go from the other side. But at that moment, the two police officers saw him and signaled for him to stop. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waited in place with a smile on his face. Routine investigation. After approaching, one of the police officers showed his ID. Okay. Before Klein could finish his sentence, the police dog suddenly roared and barked at him. This is the smell of gunpowder on my body? The smell of gunpowder from the afternoon practice? Klein was instantly enlightened. He looked at the vigilant expressions of the two officers and came up with a plan. He smiled and said, "That's right. It's like this. I picked up a revolver on the road, along with an armpit holster and bullet. I was about to hand it over to you." He slowly took out his revolver, raised his hands to his shoulders, and added with a serious smile, he added, "Officer, I'm really not illegally holding a gun." A police officer was on high alert. Another police officer took the pistol and said solemnly, the other officer took the revolver and said solemnly, "You have to come back with us to the police station." Chapter 282. Eastborough in a corner. The drunk Jean faced the wall, took off his pants, and comfortably nourished the moss. After he was done with the problem, he suddenly felt someone pat him on the shoulder. Jean couldn't help but shiver a few times. He quickly pulled up his pants, half-turned, and saw a short boy in a canvas coat and cap. The boy raised his head, revealing a dirty but gentle and exquisite face. "Zio? Why are you dressed up like this?" Jean blurted out in surprise. Zio raised her index finger and placed it in front of her lips, gesturing for him to keep quiet. Then, she suppressed her voice and said, "I'll ask and you answer. I ask and you answer. Keep your voice down." Intimidated by her authority, Jean only had the thought of nodding. "Among the guys Williams knows, who else died in the past 2 days?" Zio asked in a deep voice. Zion used his alcohol-numbed brain to carefully recall for a while. Gavin. Gavin was found drowned in the Tussock River this morning. He probably fell in last night. That poor guy doesn't know how to swim at all. He even likes to go to the river to get some fresh air after he's drunk. Zio's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she pressed without any hesitation, "What's the matter?" Without thinking, she pressed, "Did Gavin accept Williams's commission to search for the wanted criminal, Lenevis? Of course, we all got this commission from Williams. Anyway, it's not a troublesome matter. We just need to show the portrait to everyone we know and let them pay attention to whether there are any similar fellows. That's all. Oh, Williams, he also said, if there are any clues, he'll treat me to 3 days of alcohol and 3 days of meat. That poor guy actually died in a gas explosion. So I'm determined not to let the landlord install gas pipes. Ugh, that was a few months ago. I can only afford to stay in a cheap hotel now." Zion rambled on. "What area is Gavin in charge of? Did he mention anything to you?" Zio turned her head to look to the side, pursed her lips, and stared at Jean's face. He usually goes near the East Balham dock in the dock area. He even met me yesterday evening. He said that he went to the Workers' Alliance tavern there to spread the news of finding Lenevis. He also showed everyone Lenevis's portrait. Jean burped. "There are many piers in Bakeland, most of which are included in the Quay district and are named docks. And then? Did Gavin say what he's going to do next? Zio frowned in puzzlement and asked again. Of course it's to drink. He planned to have a good drink and then find a place to sleep. Oh, the poor thing must have had too much to drink and wanted to bathe in the river. He forgot he couldn't swim, and it's almost winter. Zion sighed again. Gavin didn't find anything. All he did was go to the Workers' Alliance Tavern at the East Balham dock to distribute flyers in search of Lenevis, but he ended up getting killed. He even implicated Williams. The murderer's reaction can no longer be described as extreme. He's practically a lunatic. If I were Lenevis, the best and simplest choice would be to immediately change locations and avoid the search. Unless he's caught up in something and can't leave for a long time. But I'm not the only one looking for him. There are many bounty hunters as well. Even if he killed Williams, can he kill so many people? If he has the ability, he should wipe out the Civilhouse Yard that issued the wanted notice. Zio found it completely incomprehensible, just like how she found it difficult to accept Williams's death. In the end, she decided to first report the problem she had encountered to Miss Audrey. Then, she disguised herself and went to the Workers' Alliance Tavern at the East Balham dock. She didn't ask questions, but only observed to see if there were any suspicious people. Sherwood Borough, Rice Police Station. Once again, Klein was squeezed together with the thieves and drunkards on a long bench with a back. How unlucky. I actually encountered a police inspection, and I didn't manage to change my route in time. It's all that damn serial killer's fault. As Klein cursed a certain fellow, he thought about how he could hide the charms and the inexplicable herbal powder on his body to avoid the subsequent body search. He tried to put these things in a black glove and then find an opportunity to stuff them into a hidden spot in the police station. He would retrieve them when he left. At that moment, his eyes lit up. He saw the young lawyer, Jurgen Cooper, whose hair was neatly combed back and was dressed formally as if he was attending a banquet, walking over with a police officer. "You can leave after signing the papers," Jurgen said with his usual serious expression. "Is that all?" Klein asked in surprise. Jurgen nodded slightly. "Yes, they know you're a famous detective." "What kind of reason is that?" Klein didn't dare to ask further. He immediately got up and followed Jurgen, who was dressed in a black woolen frock coat. He unhurriedly signed the papers and left. The weather was different from the last time he was led out of the police station. There was no rain now, only thick clouds obscuring the crimson moon and stars. The streets were illuminated by the gas lamps on both sides. "Thank you so much. I've troubled you again." Klein took 2 quick steps and came to Jurgen's side. Jurgen turned his head to look at him without a smile. "You're welcome. This is my profession." £2. Klein sized him up seriously and smiled. "All right." His wallet had recently been bulging, so he immediately took out 2 £1 notes. Jurgen didn't stand on ceremony as he accepted the payment. "If you're willing to establish a formal partnership, I'll only charge £1 every time you come to the police station. Of course, this doesn't include serious cases. You have to understand that a large portion of the fees I collect have to be handed over to the firm." "You make it sound like I'll often be invited to the police station for tea in the future." "Pooey, they don't give me tea at all, not even a cup of water." Before Klein could answer, he heard Jurgen add, "For a private detective, going in and out of the police station is something that happens every once in a while. It's a professional trait." "Yes, I know very well that every private detective has problems with illegal gun possession and trespassing into other people's homes." "Well, I'm well aware that every private detective has problems with illegal gun possession and trespassing into other people's homes. The police couldn't find enough evidence to prove that you were illegally carrying a gun, and the explanation for the gunpowder reaction on your body was quite sufficient. The name of the Queleg Club was enough to convince them, otherwise you might have had to go to the magistrate's court." So, you're not a suspect, but a good citizen. A good citizen who voluntarily hands over a gun after picking it up doesn't need to be searched again. Alright, but I lost a revolver and the corresponding bullet. That's several pounds, and there's also the lawyer's fees. Klein squeezed out a smile and said, I understand. I understand, Lawyer Jurgen. Let's establish a formal partnership. The corners of Jurgen's mouth twitched as he extended his hand with a very professional smile. It's a pleasure working with you. I sincerely hope to rarely see you at the police station. That's not for me to decide. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein used a hot bath to calm himself down. But at that moment, he once again heard a series of illusory pleas, vaguely coming from a woman. Miss Justice? Is there a clue about Lenivis this time? Klein suddenly bounced up from the bathtub, quickly dried himself, put on his clothes, and went above the gray fog. Looking at the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star, he spread out his spirituality and chose to listen. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, Honorable Mr. Fool, there's been a problem with the investigation of Lenivis. For some reason, Justice, who was wearing a white coat, recounted the explosion on East Burroughs Duravi Street and Gavin's drowning. As a telepathist who had already become a beginner, she didn't add her own guesses, so as not to affect Mr. Fool's judgment. After listening carefully, Klein frowned, feeling that the murderer's reaction was unimaginably extreme. This was different from Rear Admiral Hurricane Zilling's. As a swindler, Lenivis's professional instinct was to immediately move the moment he noticed any signs of trouble. He had no reason to pursue and kill the person who was looking for him. According to this standard, 80% of the bounty hunters in East Borough would die. That would cause a commotion, and the case would be taken over by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. The benefits Lenivis received from the ritual of praying to the true Creator to descend a descendant made him crazy? This is very much in line with the true Creator's style. But the problem is that it's very difficult for a lunatic to hide himself, except for potential ones. Klein fell into deep thought and wasn't in a hurry to respond to Miss Justice. He had read the newspapers and knew about the explosion, so he used dream divination to recall the specific details. Following that, he wrote a new divination statement, Clues to the Duravi Street explosion. As he recited it, he leaned back in his chair and entered the dream. He saw a 3-story grayish-blue apartment. On the 3rd floor of the apartment there was a room that had lost its window and half of the wall had collapsed. It was covered in the remnants of the explosion. The scene quickly shattered, and Klein woke up. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers and muttered silently to himself. The clue is at the crime scene? This revelation might also mean that the murderer is still watching the crime scene and wants to deal with the person who came to investigate this matter. This way, he has a chance of finding the person who recently issued the bounty on Lenivis. I'll disguise myself and go around. I won't enter the crime scene, but I'll circle the surroundings to see if I can find the murderer. Even if he isn't Lenivis, he must have some sort of connection. I can use this to find Lenivis. But he must be hiding very well. How can I find him without attracting his attention? As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein looked at the all-black eye on the long bronze table. This was the beyonder characteristic left behind by nimble-right Master Rossigo. In the real world, I can't use this item to control those strange threads because of the remnant mental corruption of the true Creator. Exceeding a certain level of contact will bring about irreversible damage. But if it's only for a short period of time, I can still bear to use the threads to find the hidden person. It's just like how I used it to confirm if Miss Bodyguard had left. Klein narrowed his eyes, took off the spirit pendulum, and did a divination on the danger of this trip. The answer was yes, but the rotation wasn't large and the speed wasn't fast. Acceptable. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before returning to the real world. Then, He used the method of summoning himself to place the all-black eye into an iron cigar case and brought it back to his bedroom. After changing his clothes and pasting on his beard, Klein, who was fully prepared, stood in front of a dressing mirror and examined himself. The faint scholarly aura had been completely covered by his beard, and his brown eyes were like ancient pools of water, as if they were concealing and sealing something. Compared to the time in Tingen City, Klein almost couldn't recognize himself. He stretched out his fingers one by one and clenched them into fists. Facing the mirror, he said in a low and hoarse voice, he looked at the mirror and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Captain, this is the first step to revenge for you and me." Chapter 283. In the suburbs west of Northborough, in a 3-story house that was about to be abandoned. This place originally belonged to Bakeland Medical College, but the latter's main body had already moved to a better and more suitable place. Only a small number of teaching staff and students who failed to successfully graduate were left behind to guard the area. Audrey was wearing a white coat and a mask of the same color. Her moist blonde hair was coiled up and stuffed into a cold surgical cap. Her eyes darted around and looked at Furswall, who was similarly dressed. She had a nagging feeling that she had a special bearing, as though she was more suited for such attire than herself. It's the kind of bearing that can pick up a scalpel and cut open a patient's stomach at any time. Audrey didn't say a word as she followed Furs into the classroom in front of her. After receiving Zio's feedback from Furs, she was given a fright. This was because Mr. Fool had said that it was a simple mission. Considering that it was perhaps simple to Mr. Fool, Audrey took the opportunity to recite the honorific name while she was alone in her disguise. She prayed softly and reported everything that had happened. However, up to now, she hadn't received a response. After passing through the door and entering the room, Audrey instinctively looked around and realized that this wasn't an ordinary classroom. There were 4 skeletal specimens and 4 coffins made of glass. The coffins were filled with preservatives, and there were 4 pale-skinned, naked corpses soaking in them. At the top of the classroom, there was a transparent glass pillar. It was also filled with liquid, and floating in it was a male corpse in a black scholar's robe. The corpse's clothes clung tightly to his body, giving off an extremely heavy feeling. He didn't collapse, but instead floated vertically in the middle. It's like he drowned while he was alive, and not placed in after his death. Audrey made a preliminary judgment as a spectator. In addition, she saw that there were many people in white coats, white masks, and surgical caps sitting around the long tables in the room. They didn't say a word, just like the corpses and skeletons around them. Looking at the crimson moon and the gloomy night sky, Audrey couldn't help but tremble when she looked back at the scene in the classroom. It was an instinctive fear. But at the same time, she felt excited and excited. This is the life a Beyonder should have. Audrey muttered silently as she followed Furs to a corner and sat down. After waiting for a while, the floating male corpse in the vertical glass pillar at the front of the classroom suddenly opened his eyes and let his voice travel through the obstacles. Let's start. Eastborough, Dharavi Street. Klein was wearing a dust-stained grayish-blue worker's uniform and a cap. He walked on the dark street where only a few gas lamps were still functioning. Some candlelight spilled down from the apartments on both sides of the street. This interweaved with the crimson moonlight that was struggling to penetrate the clouds, barely outlining the outlines of the pedestrians on the street. Klein encountered many passers-by in old and tattered clothes. Their expressions were numb and filled with despair. They were vagrants being chased away by the police. They had no place to sleep, so they could only walk aimlessly on the street. Occasionally, they would find an inconspicuous corner or park bench to rest for a while, but they would soon be chased away again. In the cold and gloomy night, Klein felt that they were more like zombies than the zombies he had seen before. The entire Eastborough was more like the abyss than the mythical abyss. He took a deep breath, but his throat was agitated. He couldn't help but cough twice. He quickly reined in his thoughts and used the corner of his eye to observe the apartment at the end of the street. It was an apartment that had obvious explosion damage that had yet to be repaired. To monitor the crime scene, the best and most hidden place is the other apartment directly opposite it. The third, fourth, and rooftop all meet the requirements. Klein analyzed the situation with the knowledge he had learned from the Nighthawks. He didn't slow down during the entire process to prevent himself from being suspected. When he arrived at the end of the street, Klein smoothly passed by apartment number 1 and entered the building opposite the crime scene. He was no stranger to such places. The one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough was located in a similar apartment. Back in Tingen City, he, his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa, had also lived in a slightly higher-class apartment for a long time. This was not only a personal experience for Klein, but it also came from the memory fragments of the original Klein. Amidst his thoughts, Klein pulled down his cap, lowered his head, and unhurriedly walked up the creaking stairs to the third floor. Due to his unfortunate encounter in the evening, he didn't have a revolver. He could only put one hand into his pocket and use his fingers to hold a few tarot cards. There was no light and only a faint moonlight illuminated the corridor on the third floor. Klein wasn't in a hurry to move forward. He carefully observed the layout. The one directly facing the crime scene is on the left, and the one with the best view should be the third room from here. Klein began to carefully walk forward. After walking past 2 rooms, he put his right hand into his pocket and deftly opened the iron cigar case. In the blink of an eye, his fingers touched the all-black eye, and he immediately heard the ravings that tore at his mind and caused his brain to explode. At the same time, with the help of the corrupted item, Klein saw strange black lines. These thin lines floated in the air. Although there were certain intersections and some entanglement, he could still tell who they belonged to when he traced them back to their source. The corresponding figures were reflected in Klein's brain that was about to be cooked. There were men, women, and children sleeping on bunk beds, and several tenants lying on the floor. Apart from that, there was nothing special, nor were there any hidden characters. Klein hurriedly retracted his hand and didn't directly touch the all-black eye. Only then did the hallucinations in front of him and the auditory hallucinations in his ears slowly improve. He endured the pain and continued moving forward. After a slight relief, he immediately observed the other rooms. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything after searching the entire apartment where it was convenient to observe the crime scene. Huff, huff. Klein shrank into a corner of the balcony, his hands on his knees as he panted violently. The corners of his eyes kept tearing up, and snot would flow out from his nose from time to time. It was as though he had a seizure. This was the result of frequent contact with the all-black eye in a short period of time. Even with Klein's resistance in this aspect, he wasn't completely immune to it. The only thing that satisfied him was that it was only stimulation and not corruption. Otherwise, he would have given up long ago and wouldn't have dared to try again. It would have directly led to madness. After resting for a while, Klein finally calmed down. He switched to another apartment that didn't have a good view, but he still didn't find anything. Could it be that my interpretation was wrong? The clue is at the crime scene? Klein returned to the street and sized up the apartment that had traces of an explosion from the corner of his eye in puzzlement. With the mentality of giving it a try, he put his hand into his pocket again, opened it, and reached into the iron cigar case. He wanted to check if anyone was hiding in the apartment where the crime scene was located. With a hum, Klein's head felt like it had been smashed, and his body swayed a little. Like a drunkard, he staggered forward and looked at the apartment that had traces of an explosion. Because he was too far away, he couldn't see the black threads clearly, nor could he trace their origin. He could only barely distinguish where the threads were gathered, and such places indicated that there was someone there. Nothing. Klein quickly scanned the area and made a rough judgment. Suddenly, he discovered that there were black threads floating out from the crime scene on the third floor and merging into the air. This. Klein's pupils constricted as he confirmed it. Then, he quickly retracted his hand and stopped touching the all-black eye. There was actually someone in the destroyed room. The murderer is crazy enough to wait for investigators at the scene? Isn't he afraid that there are official beyonders investigating this case in passing? I made a wrong judgment just now and didn't find him because my logic is completely different from a lunatic's. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein slowly exhaled. He pretended that nothing had happened and circled around until he reached the entrance of the apartment. At this moment, his adverse reactions had all subsided. Controlling his facial expression and body language, Klein went to the third floor as if he was returning home. His footsteps were quick and heavy, stemming from fatigue. In the dark corridor, he immediately saw the room with no door and most of the walls had collapsed. Then, he casually walked in the direction of the public washroom. As he approached the room, he touched the all-black eye with his hand that had been in his pocket. It was the ravings that made one's brain split again, as well as all kinds of blurry illusions. From the corner of his eye, Klein saw black illusory threads spreading out from the crime scene. Tracing it back, he found a man who had completely blended into the shadows, and his aura was the same color. The man was very tall, nearly 2 meters tall. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, making him look rather reclusive. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, cold and inconcealable ferocity. "It's not Lenivas." Klein retracted his finger and relaxed his tense body. On the surface, he appeared normal as he ignored the possible gazes. Without stopping, he walked to the end of the aisle and entered the public bathroom without alerting the man. The public washroom wasn't on the same side as the crime scene. He wiped his cold sweat and calmed down a little. Then, he jumped out of the window and skillfully climbed down. Then, he quickly left and didn't stay any longer. He knew that in a few minutes, the man would realize that the person who had gone to the washroom hadn't returned. He would then be alarmed and give chase. Therefore, he had to leave Daravi Street as soon as possible. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to return the way he came, but he didn't know which room he could go to. That would also expose the problem. The clown ran quickly, and after circling around, he entered the one-bedroom apartment he had rented in Eastborough. He went above the gray fog and confirmed that there was no danger of being caught. That fellow should have a deep connection with Lenivas. Klein pondered for a moment, conjured the portrait of the man from before, and sent it to the crimson star that symbolized Miss Justice. Then, he said in a dignified and deep voice, Chapter 284. In the medical school building that was about to be abandoned, Audrey, who had ended the gathering and was leaving in a circle, was suddenly in a trance. She saw the familiar thick gray fog and the blurry figure in the middle of the gray fog. This is a clue. Accompanying Mr. Fool's deep voice was a picturesque scene, and it was a colorful picture. A 2-meter-tall man in a black priest robe stood in the shadows. His light yellow hair was soft and slightly curly, and his dark brown eyes were cold but fierce. The corners of his mouth were slightly drooping, and he was as eccentric as a wolf. Clues? Clues to the East End Daravi Street bombing and Gavin's drowning? Was this the murderer? Audrey stared blankly for a moment before understanding dawned upon her. Mr. Fool has a clue just like that. He's really impressive. No, he's omnipotent. After sighing inwardly, she turned to look at Furs. Just as Furs took off her mask and surgical cap and sat in the carriage, she noticed Miss Audrey's strange gaze. She immediately asked in puzzlement, "Is there something on my face?" "No." Audrey retracted her gaze, sat down, and removed her disguise. Furs recalled the gathering from before and asked curiously, "What happened? Miss Audrey, why didn't you ask to buy the Spectator formula? Only in this way can you establish a connection with psychological alchemy." She remembered that the generous Miss Audrey had remained silent for almost the entire time, listening most of the time. She had only sold some materials with spirituality and bought other varieties accordingly. Audrey smiled faintly. This is my first gathering in this circle. I think it's more important to observe and wait. I'm really looking forward to the potion formula, and I'm even more looking forward to the mystical items. But I tell myself that there's no need to rush. It's better to familiarize myself before taking action. This is also a professional habit of the spectator pathway. Furthermore, there aren't any beyonder ingredients like dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid or spring of the elves' marrow crystals that Mr. World wants. Audrey silently added. Furs looked at the girl who was not even 18 years old and suddenly felt that she was more mature than ever. She suddenly laughed at herself. If I had been like you back then, I wouldn't have wasted such a precious opportunity. Audrey smiled reservedly and replied, That's right. I'll ask some special friends tomorrow morning to see if they have any clues to the Dharavi Street explosion. You and Zio will wait for news at the usual spot. Okay. Furs nodded without any doubt. Klein didn't return to Minsk Street at night. Instead, he slept in a one-bedroom apartment on Black Palm Street in Eastborough. He was afraid that the man in the black priest robe, who was suspected to be the murderer, had accomplices who were looking for him all over the street. Although the chances of encountering them weren't high, and he had disguised himself, making it unlikely for the other party to recognize him, since the divination indicated that there was a certain possibility, he decided to be cautious and make do with sleeping in Eastborough for the night. At dawn, he changed into another dark blue worker's uniform and put on a light brown cap. He left the room, walked down the stairs, and entered the street. At that moment, a pale yellow fog filled the surroundings. The figures coming and going were blurry, and the coldness of the morning seeped into his clothes. Klein lowered his head and hurried on his way, just like the people around him who had woken up early for work. As he walked, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s in front of him. He had white sideburns and was wearing a thick jacket. He was pacing on the spot, trembling as he took out a cigarette and an empty box of matches from his inner pocket. Just as he opened the matchbox, his right hand suddenly trembled. The wrinkled cigarette fell to the ground and rolled in front of Klein. Klein stopped in his tracks, picked it up, and handed it to her. Thank you, thank you. This is my old partner. I don't have many left." The middle-aged man thanked him sincerely and took the cigarette. His face was pale, and his beard looked like it hadn't been shaved in a long time. Exhaustion was revealed from the corners of his eyes. He sighed and added, "I haven't slept for another night. I don't know how many days I can last. I hope the Lord will bless me and allow me to enter the workhouse today." "He's a homeless person being chased away," Klein asked casually. "Why don't the king and ministers allow you to sleep in the park? Who knows? However, in such weather, it's very likely that you won't wake up again if you sleep outside. It's better during the day. You can find a warmer place. This way, I won't have the time or the strength to look for work." The middle-aged man lit his cigarette and took a deep puff. His energy seemed to recover a little as a result. He walked alongside Klein, walking towards a place that seemed to be the end of the fog or its depth. Klein had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. He planned to speed up and shake him off, but at that moment, he suddenly saw the middle-aged man bend down and pick up a black object from the ground. It seemed to be an apple core that had been nibbled clean. The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stuffed the dirt-covered apple core into his mouth. He chewed on it before expertly eating it without leaving anything behind. Seeing Klein's surprised gaze, he wiped his mouth, shrugged, and smiled bitterly. "I haven't eaten for almost 3 days." This sentence struck Klein's heart, leaving him indescribably touched. He sighed silently and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself just now. I'm a reporter. I'm doing a report on homeless people. Can I interview you? Let's go to the cafe up ahead." The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. "No problem. It's much warmer inside than the street. If you can stay a little longer after the interview, allowing me to sleep for half an hour, no, 15 minutes, that would be even better." Klein opened his mouth, but he was at a loss for an answer. He decided to silently lead his interviewee into the cheap cafe at the end of the street. The cafe's tables and chairs were rather greasy, and due to the walls and windows inside, there were many customers. The average temperature was indeed much higher than the street. The middle-aged man scratched his throat to hide his squirming Adam's apple from the aroma. Klein gestured for him to sit down and went to the ordering counter. He ordered 2 large cups of tea, a plate of lamb stewed with tender peas, 2 loaves of bread, 2 pieces of toast, a serving of inferior butter, and a serving of artificial cream, for a total of 17.5 pence. Eat up. You can only interview after you're full. After the food was served, Klein brought them back to his table. "For me?" the middle-aged man asked in anticipation and surprise. "Other than a piece of toast and a cup of tea, everything else is yours," Klein replied with a smile. The middle-aged man wiped his eyes and choked with sobs. "Why, you're really a kind-hearted person." "Don't eat too quickly when you've been hungry for a long time," Klein exhorted. "I know. I had an old buddy who died like this." The middle-aged man tried his best to slow down his pace of eating. From time to time, he would pick up the cup of tea and gulp down a mouthful. Klein simply finished his toast and watched quietly, waiting for the other party to finish eating. "Phew, I haven't eaten so much in 3 months, no, half a year." In the workhouse, the food was just enough. After a while, the middle-aged man put down his spoon. In front of him was an empty plate. Klein pretended to be a reporter and asked casually, "How did you become a tramp?" "But a few years ago, a contagious disease took them away, and I was hospitalized for a long time. I lost my job, my wealth, and my family. From then on, I often couldn't find a job, rent a house, or eat. I could only wander around different streets and parks. This made me very weak, and it was even more difficult for me to find a job," the middle-aged man said with some reminiscence and sorrow in his numbness. He drank a mouthful of tea and sighed before speaking again. "I can only wait for the opportunity to enter the workhouse, but as you know, every workhouse has a limit on the number of people. If I'm lucky and queue up in time, I can live a good life for a few days, recover some strength, and then find a temporary job. Yes, a temporary job. Soon, I'll be unemployed again and repeat the previous process. I don't know how long I can last like this. I was supposed to be a good worker." Klein thought for a moment and asked, "How many cigarettes do you have left?" "Not many." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "These are my last possessions, the only things I had left when I was chased out by the landlord. I can't bring them into the workhouse. I'll secretly hide them in the gaps of my clothes. Only when I'm in the most difficult situation will I take one out to smoke so that I have something to look forward to. I don't know how long I can last. Let me tell you, I was a good worker back then." Klein wasn't a professional reporter, so he didn't know what to ask. He turned his head to look out the window and saw faces filled with obvious hunger. Some were relatively awake. They were the residents of Eastborough. Some were numb and exhausted. They were vagrants. There wasn't a clear gap between the two. The former could easily become the latter, such as the gentleman in front of me. Klein turned around and found that the middle-aged man had fallen asleep, curled up in a chair. After a few minutes of silence, Klein went over to pat him awake and gave him a handful of copper pennies. "This is the interview fee." Okay. Thank you. The middle-aged man didn't snap back to his senses for a moment. When Klein walked to the door, he raised his voice and said, "I'll go to a cheap hotel to take a shower, have a good sleep, and then look for a job." At noon, Klein attended a banquet at the Sammers house. There were a total of 10 guests. There was apple juice with steak, roast chicken, fried fish, sausages, cream soup, many delicacies, 2 bottles of champagne, and a bottle of red wine. On the way back from the bathroom, He met Mrs. Stellan Sammer and thanked her profusely. It was a sumptuous lunch. Thank you for your hospitality. It cost a total of £4 8 soldi. The most expensive were the 3 bottles of wine, but they're all part of Luke's collection. He has a wine cabinet, the rather pretty Mrs. Stellan replied with a smile. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she said, just from the matter with Mary, you earned £10. If you can maintain such good luck, you'll soon be able to hold similar banquets. For people of our class, we have to invite friends once a month, as well as be invited by friends. Klein was already used to her style and politely complimented her. Yes, but I'll have to wait until I have a stable annual income of £400 before I can be like you. Stellan immediately raised her chin and tried her best to make her smile appear faint. £430. You have to have £430. Dock area, East Balham Dock, Workers' Alliance Tavern. Zio wore boots that were much higher than usual and stuck on a thick beard to make herself look like a short man. She recalled the portrait she had seen from Miss Audrey, trying her best to imprint the man's appearance into her mind. If he was the one who killed Gavin, then it's very likely that he frequents this tavern. Zio ordered a cup of rye beer and a lunch. She curled up in a corner and ate slowly. From time to time, she would secretly look around in search of a target. After a while, the tavern's door was pushed open again, and Zio reflexively looked over. Her pupils constricted to the size of needles, and she nearly turned into a stone statue. Chapter 285. Zio had been a bounty hunter for a very long time. There were many things that she didn't need to think about, and she could respond subconsciously. When she saw that the customer who came in was nearly 2 meters tall, she instinctively lowered her head and continued eating the pork sausage and French fries as though nothing had happened. Zio couldn't taste the food when it entered her mouth. She endured it for nearly a minute before she slowly looked up and pretended to casually survey the area. Soon, she saw the customer who had just entered sitting in front of the bar counter, waiting for his alcohol and lunch. Soft, slightly curly blonde hair, beast-like dark brown eyes, slightly drooping lips, a reclusive and ferocious temperament. Details reflected in Zio's eyes as they gradually overlapped with the image in her mind. It's him. It's the suspected murderer. Williams's murderer. Zio lowered her head once again and slowly stuffed the rest of the food into her mouth. A few minutes later, she placed the plate and glass on the bar counter. Then, she looked straight ahead and left the Workers' Alliance Tavern without looking back. As her boots were much higher, she had effectively concealed her most obvious features. When she was outside, Zio slowed down and found a secluded spot to observe the people entering and exiting the tavern. After waiting for a while, she finally found a familiar face. It was Burton, a technician who lived in East Borough and worked at the East Balham Dock. This young man liked to give himself a cup of poor-quality rye beer in the afternoon. His salary could only afford such beer, and he couldn't drink it every day. Zio nimbly leaped over, patted Burton on the shoulder, and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't worry." She suppressed her voice and said, "It's me, Zio." "Zio?" Burton sized up the short man behind him and nearly failed to recognize him as the famous arbitrator Zio Dericha from one of the streets in East Borough. "I have something to ask you." Zio pointed to a corner beside her. Burton followed her in puzzlement and only came to a realization when he reached a secluded spot. "Are you doing a bounty mission?" He had heard that Zio was also a bounty hunter. Yes. Zio nodded perfunctorily and took out 5 pennies. She tossed them and said, "Do you know that very tall man in the tavern?" "You mean the one that's this tall, has light blonde hair, and is very fierce?" Burton gestured. "Yes." Zio immediately took out the folded portrait and unfurled it. "You have to confirm it completely. That's him. He's been coming to this tavern a lot for the past 2 or 3 months. I've never seen him before. He's very fierce and unreasonable. He's very good at fighting. It's best if you don't provoke him." Burton took a few careful glances at the portrait and sincerely advised. Yes, when I saw that person just now, I felt like I had encountered a ferocious beast when I was young. It was very dangerous and I wasn't his match. I had to immediately avoid him. Zio secretly exhaled and asked, "Do you know who he is in close contact with?" "I don't know. He's very unsociable and rarely speaks. No one even knows what his name is. We gave him a nickname, Giant." Borg curled his lips and shook his head. Zio thought for a moment and asked, "Aside from the tavern, where else did you meet him?" "You can ask your friends the same question. Remember, they must be trustworthy friends." Burton thought for a moment. "When I go to the dock union to work, yes, at the dock union in East Balham Dock, I'll occasionally see him around." "Zio, why aren't you a member of the union? You're so fair, and those guys not only charge us 1.5 solely a week, but when the other docks go on strike and we have to support our families, they'll even make us hand over half our salary. Lord, forget it. For a good life, we have to help each other. However, just as they organize a strike, they'll come to an agreement with the lawyers sent by the rich. Our situation hasn't improved at all." Stop. Zio pressed her right palm down. "Apart from that, have you seen that giant anywhere else?" "No, my friends probably haven't either. After all, we often discuss him in private," Burton answered in a very certain tone. Zio didn't say anything else as she handed the 5 copper pence to him. "I'll treat you to a drink. Don't tell anyone about what I just asked. It'll be very dangerous." Before she finished her sentence, she had already turned around and walked out of the corner, heading for the dock union in East Balham Dock. About 10 minutes later, Zio saw the 2-story yellow building. She wore her canvas coat inside out, revealing the patches inside, instantly transforming herself from a short worker to a tramp. Looking at the few tramps curled up at the corner of the street, Zio pinched her nose and went over to sit with them. Her gaze swept across the dock union from time to time, when there were people coming in and out. As time ticked by, Zio endured the cold wind and the harsh environment as she persistently observed the situation at the dock union and the surrounding area. She clearly remembered Williams's insistence on drinking, and she also remembered how she felt when she saw the newspaper that day. This kind of mood made her more patient than usual. At this moment, 7 or 8 people came out of the dock union. They formed a group and headed for the coffee shop opposite to have lunch. Zio narrowed her eyes and carefully scanned every passerby to confirm their looks. "There's no one suspicious." Zio prepared to retract her gaze and wait for the next batch. Creak. The coffee shop's door was pulled open, and the heat inside suddenly rushed out. A man couldn't help but take off his gold-rimmed glasses and wipe away the steam with his sleeve. Zio took a casual glance, and her gaze suddenly froze. Those eyes. The corners of his mouth. The image that always had a mocking smile on it. Lenivas? Zio turned her head abruptly, not daring to look again. The man from before had bronze skin and short, coarse hair. His face was angular, and he looked very different from the portrait. Only his eyes and the corners of his mouth gave her a sense of familiarity. The feeling that he was mocking everyone. Is it Lenivas? Could it be Lenivas? Zio buried her head and stared at the stone slabs by the street. At the Sammers house, after a sumptuous lunch, the host and guests gathered in the activity room to chat and agreed to play Texas together later. Some interesting rumors and funny stories echoed intermittently. Klein maintained his smile and interjected from time to time. He also saw the 2 children of the Sammers come in and out energetically. Beside him, Jurgen Cooper still had a serious expression as he occasionally provided legal advice for everyone's discussions. Klein smiled, turned his body slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Do you feel bored? Do you feel bored?" "No, their topics are very interesting." Jurgen nodded seriously. Klein was stunned and blurted out another question. "Then why aren't you smiling?" Jurgen frowned slightly and looked at him in puzzlement. "Why should I smile?" The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to respond. He was about to make a joke about how the other party resembled his cat, Brody, who was always so serious, but he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. Female. Miss Justice found useful information so quickly based on the clues I provided? Klein stood up and bowed slightly. I'm going to the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, Klein locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. His judgment was very accurate. The pleas came from Miss Justice. Klein suddenly tensed up. Half expectant and half solemn, he emanated his spirituality and listened to her words. After the customary honorific name, Justice truthfully described, they found the clues you provided at the Workers' Alliance Tavern at the East Balham dock in the dock area. The other party's nickname is Giant. After tracking the pattern of Giant's appearance, they found someone suspected to be Lenevis at the dock union in East Balham dock, but they couldn't confirm it. They don't dare to come into contact with Lenevis for the time being, because Giant is very powerful and dangerous. They can only continue waiting for an opportunity. At the same time, they asked if they could inform the police department and collect the bounty after confirming that it's Lenevis. Lenevis has a very powerful and dangerous helper. Does he have any other helpers? Is there a faction backing him? Why would he kill someone so aggressively? What is he plotting in the dock union? A series of questions flashed through Klein's mind, making him feel that the matter was more complicated and shrouded in fog than he had expected. As for the last request, his answer was undoubtedly yes. He would even suggest that the other party directly inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess, because there was a possibility of a leak from the police department. Letting the Nighthawks of the Church of the Evernight Goddess kill Lenevis would also be a form of revenge. Klein silently muttered to himself. He had a strong urge to immediately confirm if the person was Lenevis, so as to prevent any variables from occurring if he waited too long. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and took off the spirit pendulum on his cuff. There's danger in going to the dock union to confirm Lenevis's matter. After closing his eyes and reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the topaz pendant. He realized that it was motionless and completely still. The divination failed? Klein immediately frowned. He changed his statement and the method of divination, but the result was still a failure. After some careful thought, he found 3 reasons. First, there was insufficient information to make a divination. Second, there was no Lenevis in the dock union, so it was difficult to make a divination. Third, Lenevis was like Zangwill, having an item that could block divination. An item that can block divination. Did he gain something from the Son of God ritual? A bit of the true Creator's godhood? Klein pondered for a few seconds and decided that no matter what, he had to go to the dock union. There are some things that have to be done even though I know it's dangerous. Those 2 ladies can secretly observe without being discovered, so can I. I only need to meet Lenevis once to confirm it with divination. Of course, I can't be rash. I have to make preparations in advance. For example, I can send the all-black eye above the gray fog without bringing it with me to prevent the true Creator's mental corruption from resonating with his godhood. For example, I can elevate myself so that the Giant won't be able to recognize me as the guy who passed by last night from my figure. For example, I can find a suitable and sufficient reason that won't arouse suspicion. Yes, I can pretend to be a reporter for an interview. I'll borrow Mike Joseph's fake reporter identification later. Chapter 286. 3:00 in the afternoon, East Balham Dock, Dock Workers Association. Klein was wearing a thick sweater, a brownish-yellow jacket, and a simple bonnet, making him look more like a common investigative reporter, rather than someone who often attended banquets and interviewed people of status. Such an outfit cost him an extra £10 solely. At this moment, he was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was neatly combed back, gleaming with the luster of ointment. There was no messy beard on his face, only a deep bluish-black stubble around his lips. He was at least 5 centimeters taller than before, trying to make a clear difference from the worker from last night so that people who weren't particularly familiar with him wouldn't be able to associate him with him. And in the pockets of his clothes and pants, there was no all-black eye, no charms, and no herbal essential oils. There was only a deck of tarot cards, a stack of notes, a fountain pen, a wallet, a handful of change, a bunch of keys, and a fake reporter's pass. He didn't know Lenivas's current condition, nor did he know where the powerful beyonders surrounding him came from. Therefore, it was best to be cautious and not bring anything that would arouse suspicion. Looking at the 2-story building in front of him, Klein crossed the street, pretending not to rely on his clown's intuition to discover that several gazes were watching him. He pushed open the door and found that the layout of the Dock Workers Association was rather simple. There was no lady in charge of reception, nor was there a spacious hall. The staircase that led to the second floor was in the middle, and on both sides were corridors filled with offices. The floor wasn't covered with wooden planks, much less blanket. It was purely paved with cement. Klein turned his head to look at the man guarding the door and approached him. "I'm a reporter from the Bakeland Daily News. I want to interview the staff of your association to understand your demands and desires." The man was wearing a coat with many patches, and some of the corners even revealed dirty cotton. He only wore a linen shirt inside. Upon hearing the word reporter, he immediately became vigilant. He repeated, "No. We haven't organized a strike recently, no. I think you've misunderstood. I'm someone who sympathizes with you. I plan on doing a special report, describing what the union has done to help the workers and the actual difficulties they've encountered. Trust me." With the help of his clown beyonder powers, Klein made his eyes look abnormally sincere. "I see. Go look for Mr. Rand. He's our committee member in charge of publicity. Turn right, the second office on the right." The man hesitated for a few seconds. "Thank you." Klein pretended to be relieved and bowed. He felt the gaze on him disappear from the dark corner. He turned to the right with cold sweat on his back and knocked on the door of the corresponding office. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man with sparse hair looked at him in confusion. "May I ask who you are? Is that Mr. Rand?" "I'm Stenson, a reporter from the Bakeland Daily. This is my reporter's ID. I want to do a report on the trade union to help you get more attention." Klein almost believed that he was a reporter. "I am Rand." The middle-aged man looked at the reporter's ID and said hesitantly, "I find it hard to believe that you reporters are here to help us. I was born in Eastborough, so I know how miserable the lives of the workers are. If you don't believe my intentions, you can always follow me and monitor my every question." Klein suddenly added with a smile, "A report with actual interview information is better than nothing. It's better than a news article written purely from imagination. At the very least, you can state your point of view and guide the matter in a direction that you hope for." Rand touched his scalp and replied hesitantly, "All right. I'll follow you the entire time." "Thank you." Klein nearly couldn't control his emotions. After that, under Rand's lead, he entered one office after another and interviewed the members of the Workers' Association according to the questions he had prepared beforehand. Right corridor, nothing. Left corridor, nothing. Klein's expression remained the same as he walked up the wooden stairs and arrived at the second floor. Right corridor, nothing. Left corridor, nothing. Klein's expression remained the same as he walked up the wooden stairs to the second floor. This time, Rand brought him into the office facing the staircase and introduced him to the person inside. "This is a reporter from the Bakeland Daily, Mr. Stenson. He would like to do some interviews with you, but I have to remind you that you have the right to refuse to answer certain questions." With a smile, Klein took 2 steps forward and made a gesture as though he was going to shake hands with the office staff. At this moment, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. Although the person's skin had turned bronze, his ordinary round face had become angular, and his glasses had changed from round-rimmed to gold-rimmed, Klein still discovered a baffling sense of familiarity with the person with his spiritual intuition as a seer. Following that, his body trembled as he nearly lost control of his smile. "I am sorry. I suddenly have a stomachache. May I know where the washroom is?" Klein asked with an awkward smile as he held his abdomen with his hand that wasn't holding a pen or a note. Rand and the staff in the office didn't suspect anything as they pointed outside the door. "Go out, turn left, and walk to the end. You'll see the sign." Klein smiled apologetically as he left the room and rushed to the washroom. After entering, he chose the cubicle closest to the window, sat on the toilet, and locked the wooden door. He bent down, and the corners of his mouth widened as he laughed silently. He laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. He laughed so hard that a drop of crystalline liquid fell to the ground. Klein had already confirmed that it was Lenivus. This wasn't because of the rare sense of familiarity, but because he sensed another aura from the other party, an aura that left an extremely deep impression on him. And this was also the main reason why he had almost lost control on the spot. The trembling of his body stemmed from his instinctive fear and terror. His emotional breakdown stemmed from the horror and sorrow deep in his memories. That was the aura of the true creator. Klein washed his face and continued the interview as though nothing had happened. Even when facing Lenivus, who had changed so much for some reason, he still asked the questions and recorded the answers. After doing all of this, he bade farewell and left the Dock Workers Association. He walked out of the dimly lit room. Outside, there were layers of dark clouds, and a thin fog filled the air. It was as though evening had come early. The true creator's aura can only come from him himself, his children, and things that extend from this foundation. For example, items bestowed by him, or his godhood. This is very consistent with what Lenivus had said to Hoodeugen. Coupled with that inexplicable sense of familiarity, I can confirm that it's him even without a divination above the gray fog. If I hadn't interacted with the true creator several times and often come into contact with his mental corruption, I wouldn't have been able to recognize that the aura that doesn't contain any power or status belongs to him. Klein's heart was heavy, but he looked very relaxed on the outside. He stood on the street and deliberately sorted out the interview note. During this process, he caught a glimpse of a slightly familiar figure among the tramps opposite him. Ma'am Zio? Klein instantly made a guess after combining the events that had transpired. He didn't stop. He put away the notes and walked towards the public carriage stop. At that moment, a carriage suddenly stopped in front of him. "We meet again." Sitting in the carriage was a thin but elegant middle-aged gentleman. His graying sideburns gave him an air of elegance. He was none other than the great detective who could assist the police in their investigations, Eichinger Stanton. As for Klein, he didn't look much different from usual. He was just a little taller and had changed his clothes. "What a coincidence. I was just thinking about the last time I interviewed you," Klein deliberately replied. Eichinger immediately understood and changed the topic with a smile. "I'm here to investigate a case. Siebel's death has been removed from the investigation, and I'm mainly in charge of it. The location of her death is very close to the East Balham dock." "Is it really a copycat crime?" Klein pretended to be the only one who knew. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got on the public carriage. He didn't go straight home, but instead took a bus to the Quelag Club in Hillston Borough. In the club's lounge, he quickly went above the gray fog and confirmed that no one was following him. At this point, Klein completely relaxed and felt a lingering fear. The true creator's aura was like a nightmare that lingered in his mind. It made the clothes on his back dry and wet and dry. To be sure, Klein conjured a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin and a dark red fountain pen in front of him. Then, he wrote down the divination statement he had long thought of. the source of that baffling sense of familiarity from before. He put down the fountain pen and leaned back in his chair. As he chanted, he entered a dream. In that hazy and illusory world, he saw a figure. This figure had ordinary facial features and wore round-rimmed glasses. He always had a condescending and mocking smile on his face. It was none other than Lenevis. "I've finally found you." Klein no longer used his clown powers to control his expression as he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Then, he sat up straight and prepared to respond to Miss Justice's prayer. Klein controlled his emotions and said in a low and indifferent voice, "There's no need for confirmation. That's Lenevis. You can inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess and tell them that Lenevis has the godhood of the fallen creator." Audrey, who was watching her father train the hounds with Susie, was stunned when she heard Mr. Fool's response. Chapter 287. Audrey, who had already agreed on an emergency contact method with Zio and Furs, quickly conveyed Mr. Fool's hint to the two ladies through Susie, treating it as information she had obtained from another source. In a corner of an old cathedral, Zio was thinking about how to confirm Lenevis's identity, how to create chaos, and seize the opportunity to avenge Williams as she unfolded the ball of paper. "There's no need to confirm it. That's Lenevis?" Zio's eyes widened as she hurriedly scanned the rest of the contents. She saw that it was clearly written on the piece of paper. "We can only inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Remind them that Lenevis has the godhood of the true Creator." Godhood? The godhood of the true Creator? Zio blurted out as she looked at the golden retriever in front of her, who was in charge of delivering the letter. She realized that she was also dumbfounded. What? As Furs listened, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She hurriedly took the piece of paper and quickly read it. After a moment, she pursed her lips, unsure whether to laugh or be angry. This is a joke, right? How did we get involved in matters related to the godhood of an evil god? We're just catching a swindler worth £200. In response to Furs's question, Susie could only use her innocent eyes to express that she was just a dog and that she didn't know what was going on. Furs didn't expect a dog to answer her questions. She turned her head to Zio and said, "Miss Audrey probably isn't as naive and pure as we imagine. She has many secrets. This might be a game between the nobles and the church, or a cult. However, it's obvious that she didn't know about the godhood before. She was also used by someone. Yes, the person who used her might be her father, Earl Hall. Fortunately, this matter ends here. You don't have to take any more risk. After getting someone to report it, you can collect the bounty in peace." Zio was taken aback. "That's right. I hope that the Nighthawks can help Williams take revenge. They're so powerful, so they can definitely. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side and muttered to herself, "I'm still too weak. Too weak." Zio raised her hand and covered her mouth and nose. "I'm still too weak. Otherwise, I would have chosen to take revenge with my own hands. But now I can only settle for the next best thing. Not to mention the giant and the hidden helpers around Lenevis, I probably won't be able to deal with him with his godhood alone. As long as they receive the information, with the Nighthawk's reaction speed, they should take action tonight. The Bakelin Diocese is second only to the Church's headquarters. There are many sealed artifacts and many powerhouses, so there's no need to wait for additional helpers." After handing over the matters, Klein returned to the real world. He stuck on a mustache, changed his hairstyle, and stared blankly into the mirror for a few minutes. He was filled with anticipation, excitement, melancholy, and helplessness. Before evening, he left the Quelag Club and returned to Minsk Street. On the way, he went to the grocery market and randomly found a very busy stall with good business. He bought a few masks, including one of a clown. He decided to watch the operation to capture Lenevis from the sidelines tonight. He wanted to see Lenevis pay the price for his madness with his own eyes. Of course, with his strength, He could only watch from afar. He didn't even have the right to approach. At 11 o'clock, when many people had already fallen asleep, Klein changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and disguised himself like he had the night before. Then, he put on a cap, circled a few streets away, and took a rental carriage to the Bakeland Bridge area. When he arrived, he walked all the way to the East Balham dock. His interview questions yesterday included questions like, "Where are you currently staying and how's the surrounding environment?" Therefore, he knew very well that Lenevis was staying in the dormitory provided by the Dock Workers Association. However, Klein didn't approach it. He carefully circled around it, and his target was the clock tower of the East Balham dock. In Bakeland, in addition to large cathedrals with towering symbolic clock towers, many government buildings would also have one. It wasn't necessarily too tall, grand, or gorgeous. It was mainly practical, such as the one at the East Balham dock. Compared to the surrounding three-story buildings, it was like a giant, towering into the night and looking down at the area. Klein easily flipped into the bell tower's interior and followed the spiraling staircase that led upwards without end. He quickly proceeded forward in the darkness. Finally, he arrived at his destination. He came to the top of the huge wall clock. It was surrounded by dark yellow fences, and above his head was a spire that could be touched by stretching out his hand. Taking a few steps forward, Klein hid in the shadows, identified his location, and looked at the dormitory of the Dock Workers Association. It was a two-story brick-red building. The occasional passers-by were almost black dots in Klein's eyes. He stared at it for a few seconds, then took a step back and melted into the darkness. At the same time, he took out a new mask and put it on. It was a clown with the corners of his mouth curled up high, and his nose was painted with red paint. A happy clown. With the clown mask on, Klein stood in the thick darkness, patiently waiting for the show to begin. This wait lasted for 2 hours. When the hands of the large wall clock below him passed one, he suddenly saw something flying in the distance. It was a huge airship with dark black paint. If it weren't for the faint moonlight, it would have been indistinguishable from the night. It didn't emit exaggerated mechanical roars like what was described in the newspapers and magazine. Its blades quietly rotated, and it was as quiet as a vulture that had found its prey but hadn't found an opportunity. Strong and light alloys propped up the cotton frame, and below it hung a box with machine gun muzzles, throwing ports, and cannon ports. It looked intimidating at a glance. There's no sound. Did they use beyonder means to temporarily deal with it? Wearing the clown mask, Klein looked at the slowly descending airship and had a guess. At this moment, what he was most puzzled about was that an airship had been sent out for a small-scale beyonder battle in a densely populated area of the city. Weren't they afraid of accidentally injuring the surrounding citizens? Weren't they afraid of causing panic? Soon, the airship floated about 10 meters in the air. This way, Klein didn't have to worry about being discovered. His position was much higher. As he observed the situation below, he suddenly had a guess. It was likely that the airship wouldn't enter the battle. Instead, it would monitor the scene from the sky, providing the operatives with a better view to prevent accidents from happening and the target's possible escape. At this moment, 3 figures in black trench coats appeared in front of the 2-story red brick building. The leader didn't wear a hat. He had a head of short, golden-brown hair and dark green eyes that were as deep as a windless lake. The collars of his shirt and trench coat were raised high, and his palms were covered in a layer of blood-red gloves. And a silver-white metal suitcase was wrapped around his left hand through a chain of the same color. This was one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Nighthawks, Crestet Casimir. He was also one of the 3 powerhouses of the Red Gloves team, and he happened to be in Bakeland. Casimir looked ahead and turned his head to the subordinate on his left. Using sealed artifact 163. Yes, Your Excellency. The Nighthawk half squatted down and helped Casimir untie the chain around the silver suitcase. Throughout the entire process, Crestet Sesamir's muscles were extremely tense, as if he was resisting something. The Nighthawk on the left drew a silent breath and suddenly pressed down, causing the surface of the silver suitcase to crack with illusory ripples. The surrounding light suddenly disappeared, as if it had all been sucked into the suitcase. A bone sword that was less than a meter long emitted a lustrous, pure white glow as it slowly floated up. Its blade was supported by a simple and unadorned silver-plated mirror. The images reflected in the mirror were layer after layer, stacking on top of each other without an end. The Nighthawk on the left picked up the mirror and aimed it at the red brick building. The small building was clearly reflected in it, and nothing seemed to have changed. However, Sesamir slowly exhaled, stretched out his left hand, and grabbed the bone sword that was less than a meter long. The surrounding light was restored a little. "Let's go in." He took a step forward and approached the entrance of the red brick building. The three Nighthawks opened the door and entered the dark house, heading straight for the staircase that led to the second floor. At that moment, a tall but thin figure appeared in the shadows in the corner. He wore a black priest robe, had light yellow curly hair, and had beast-like dark brown eyes. "You're the goddess's sword?" the nearly 2-meter-tall giant said in a deep voice. At the same time, he clenched his right fist. Bang! 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 The guild members in the red brick building exploded one after another in their sleep. They didn't even have the time to scream. Their bodies were torn apart, turning into thick, viscous flesh and blood. Half of it surged towards the giant, to weave a cloak that could resist spells and reduce damage. The other half condensed into a hairy carpet that covered the three Nighthawks. Crestet Sesamir only watched silently without doing anything. Silently, the flesh and blood dissipated and collapsed. They fell like raindrops, but they didn't dye the floor red. In each of the rooms, human figures reappeared, still sleeping soundly. This is the world in the mirror that only targets Beyonders. The flesh and blood bombs you planted in the bodies of ordinary people are all illusory here. Sesamir held the holy artifact bone sword in his right hand and raised it. There was no more light in the surroundings. Humph! The giant suddenly grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand and tore off his entire arm. Then, he threw it forward with blood and bones. Boom! His arm exploded like a bomb, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the three Nighthawks. At the same time, the flesh at the stump of his left shoulder began to squirm crazily, and a new arm slowly grew out. It was a bloody arm that didn't have any skin yet. Pop, pop, pop. Sizzle, sizzle. The blood-colored raindrops accurately avoided Sesamir and the others and landed on the floor, quickly corroding deep and black mark. But no matter how hard they tried, they were always a hair's breadth away from the three Nighthawks. It was as if they were fated to be. My enemies are often unlucky. The corners of Sesamir's mouth curled up slightly. With a slip of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of the giant. The giant's eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly melted like a candle, turning into sticky flesh and blood that quickly seeped into the floor. Sesamir knelt on one knee and stabbed the holy artifact bone sword into the ground. No! In the thick darkness, a roar filled with pain and fear erupted, but it was immediately swallowed by peace and silence. Sesamir straightened his body and pulled out the bone sword. A drop of dark red blood slowly dripped down from its tip, and on the floor, flesh and blood seeped out, solidifying into a face of despair. It was none other than the giant, with the corners of his mouth slightly drooping. Pop, pop, pop. 3 shadows appeared one after another around Sesamir, but all of them inexplicably fell to the ground, forcibly pulled down by many invisible things. Bang, bang, bang. Another Nighthawk fired. The surface of the silver-white bullet seemed to be engraved with the Evernight's sacred emblem. The 3 attackers hiding in the shadows in an attempt to assassinate Sesamir revealed themselves, twitching as they lost their breath. Rose Bishop, Hermit Ascetic. People from the Aurora Order. Casimir frowned and said in a low voice without turning to his companions, "There's something wrong with this matter. It's very strange. All of you have to be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of footsteps echoing in the peace and silence. Then, he saw Lenivus, who was wearing a linen shirt and had a sharp face, walk down the dark stairs. His expression was indifferent and calm, without a hint of fear. "I'm very puzzled. To the Aurora Order, you should be a blasphemer. Why would they send someone to protect you?" Casimir asked casually, as if he didn't notice anything amiss. Lenivus revealed his trademark mocking smile. "That's very simple. Because I'm no longer a pure Lenivus." He paused, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. "I'm now even more so, the true creator." He suddenly pulled open his linen shirt, revealing the dark red flesh on his chest and abdomen that didn't have any skin. The flesh and blood connected together to form a figure hanging upside down. With a loud bang, the surrounding void shattered like glass, and all the scenes collapsed and disintegrated. This was the aura of a deity. Chapter 288. On the clock tower of the East Balham dock, Klein, who was wearing a clown mask and hiding in the darkness, had been quietly staring at the dormitory of the Dock Workers Association and the airship floating above it. He couldn't see the exact battle process, nor did he know how far the operation in the brick-red building had progressed. All he could do was endure it and judge whether the situation was good or bad from the changes in the surroundings and the occasional black dot that passed by. At that moment, he saw the gas lamps in the area suddenly extinguish. All of them were extinguished. The area turned pitch black. Immediately following that, a feeling that left an extremely deep impression on him erupted from the brick-red building. Even though he was a long distance away, Klein couldn't help but tremble. His legs went limp and his back bent. That was the feeling of looking down on and crushing all living beings from their very essence. It was a feeling of being unable to resist or face. "No, I can't look directly at God." In a daze, Klein felt as though he had returned to the past, back to the lobby of the Blackthorn Security Company. It was as if he had activated his spirit vision to pry into Migos' mental state and the baby in her womb. That feeling was exactly the same as it was now. No, it's even more extreme and terrifying now. How did this happen? Didn't Lenivus only have a little bit of the godhood bestowed by the true creator? At most, he would have one or two corresponding items. Why does it feel like an evil god is descending? Before Klein could shake off the trembling of his body and his thoughts, he suddenly felt a deep, serene, and deep darkness engulf the feeling that he couldn't look directly at, pry into, or resist. The two were extinguished at the same time, and the surrounding gas lamps lit up with a relatively bright light. The airship that couldn't stop itself from plummeting floated up again. Everything had returned to its original state, as if nothing had changed. However, Klein didn't think so. He stood up with all his might, knowing that something important had happened in the brick-red building. There's no longer the feeling of surpassing beyonders in terms of essence and level. There's no longer the feeling of an evil god descending. This means that the true creator's or Lenivus's plan has failed. However, the Nighthawks should have suffered a serious blow as well. They might not have any strength left. At this moment, Klein's heart stirred as he hurriedly removed the spirit pendulum from his left sleeve. The current Lenivus is no longer dangerous. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, but it was neither fast nor large. This meant that Lenivus was still a dangerous person, but to a lesser extent. Klein was more concerned about something else. The divination did not fail again. This meant that Lenivus had already separated from the godhood bestowed upon him by the true creator. He was essentially separated. As the bone-chilling cold wind blew past, Klein suddenly shivered. He felt as if an electric current had instantly drilled into his brain from the soles of his feet. Maybe I can do something. This thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Without any hesitation, he took 4 steps counterclockwise from the top of the dark bell tower and went above the gray fog. Without wasting any time, he sat down and conjured a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment. It conjured a divination statement: Lanivis's escape route. Klein leaned back, quickly recited the words, and entered a deep dream. In the illusory, fragmented, and misty world, he saw a ditch with flowing sewage, a dark and dirty passageway, and rusty metal pipe. It was cramped and sealed. It was a sewer. Klein woke up and immediately covered himself with his spirituality before falling into the gray fog. As soon as he returned to the real world, he immediately took a few steps back and came to the side of the bell tower that had its back facing the airship. Klein didn't walk down the spiral staircase. Instead, he flipped over the dark yellow fence and used the platforms, protrusions, and decorations on the building's surface to jump down 1 floor at a time. His body was so balanced that it was as if he was walking on the ground. In a short period of time, his feet landed on the thick stone slabs of the street. Inside the red brick building, 2 red-gloved nighthawks collapsed by the door, unconscious. The ancient silver-plated mirror had rolled to a corner, but it no longer looked special. It was impossible to tell that it was a Grade 1 sealed artifact, but one could clearly feel that it was recovering bit by bit. Crestet Casimir knelt on one knee at the intersection, a stream of liquid that resembled blood and tears rolling down the corners of his eyes. His short, golden-brown hair hung limply, and the collar of his trench coat and shirt had become tattered, revealing his sharp chin and thin, stiff mouth. As he panted, a distorted, illusory, translucent face appeared above each of his teeth. Casimir's red-gloved left palm supported himself on the ground as he struggled to straighten his neck and look forward. Directly in front of him was the staircase that led to the 2nd floor. Standing on the staircase was Lanivis, whose linen shirt was completely unbuttoned. Lanivis stood upright, with the pure white, glossy holy artifact bone sword stuck between his chest and abdomen. The skinless flesh and blood that outlined the hanging man's shadow had all disappeared, leaving behind an empty hole. Vaguely, one could even see Lanivis's back through the hole. Lanivis moved with great difficulty, then he suddenly laughed loudly and maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha, thank you. I really want to thank all of you. Really. Look at my sincere eyes. I really want to thank all of you. If you hadn't discovered it in time, I would have truly become a vessel for the true Creator to descend in a few months. When that happens, how different would my state be from that of a dead person?" Casimir was clearly stunned when he heard that. He couldn't believe that the person he had destroyed with all his might would be so happy. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless to do so. Lanivis saw his confusion and coughed with a smile. "Do you know? For a person like me, it's the saddest thing to have no one to share it with after doing something that's worth being proud of. Ahem, when I was in Tingen City, I was deceived by the true Creator. Not only did he return by creating a child, he also secretly planted a sapling in my body. No, I even believe that Migos' child was just his cover. He didn't even request the members of the Aurora Order to protect her and divert attention. He seems to have known from the beginning that this matter would fail. His true descent was set up in my body. The godhood he bestowed on me suddenly merged with the sapling in my body after I arrived in Bakeland. Haha, can you imagine it? I'm being replaced bit by him, bit by bit. In the end, I'll become the true Creator. Before I could think of a solution, the people from the Aurora Order found me based on the godhood's senses. Thankfully, they're all simple-minded lunatics. Haha, there are always so many foolish people. Cough, cough, cough. Lanivis spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood and seemed to regain some mobility. He took a step forward with great difficulty. For some reason, his chiseled face suddenly softened, looking more like his original self. Lenivis pressed his palm on the handrail of the staircase and laughed mockingly. Thankfully, the true creator needs a large amount of pessimism, despair, numbness, resentment, and primitive evil to completely descend and replace me. Only Bakeland, East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area can satisfy his requirements. This gave me a chance to interact with others. I know that it's unrealistic to call the police purely through the people I interact with, because the people I interact with are likely members of the Aurora Order. At first, I wanted to instigate a strike to get the police to notice me, but I was warned by the Aurora Order and tortured. I could only end it in a hurry. I pretended to lose control and got the chance to go to the sewers to vent. In the process, I secretly used my blood to contaminate some of the creatures living there, turning them into ferocious mutated monsters. Unfortunately, before you could investigate, this matter was discovered by the Aurora Order. It seems that one of their members died at the hands of a mutated monster. Sigh, now that I don't have any godhood or a sapling, my blood no longer has such an effect. After that, I was placed under even stricter control, but I still found an opportunity. I killed a prostitute and used the cruelest method to attract the attention of the police. Who knew that the Aurora Order would disguise this case as part of a serial murder case? I still didn't manage to wait until I was rescued. I no longer had such an opportunity, so I could only use a more ingenious method. I took the initiative to request the most ferocious, craziest, and most radical members of the Aurora Order to watch over me, and this was in line with their thoughts. Can't they use their brains to think? Such lunatics can cause trouble at any time. As expected, you're here. Phew! At that moment, Lenivis exhaled and stretched his body, as if he had finally shaken off the residual effects. He pulled out the holy bone sword that was stuck in his chest and said regretfully, "What a pity. I can't take it with me. Otherwise, I'll be quickly locked onto and found by you." After the pure white bone sword completely left his body, the exaggerated wound didn't leave a single drop of blood. The part that disappeared didn't seem to belong to Lenivis. Lenivis pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed to Crestet Casimir and the others. The people on the airship outside should be recovering soon. I can't stay any longer. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Although you're very foolish, you've ultimately helped me. For you bunch of foolish fellows, this is your honor. At this point, he straightened his body and said with a mocking smile, "Goodbye. Goodbye, foolish Nighthawks. Use your lives to send me off." With the holy artifact bone sword in hand, he took a few steps forward and attempted to stab Crestet Casimir. But at that moment, his eyelids began to grow heavy, and all he wanted to do was fall asleep. "So you still have some strength. This is troublesome." Lenivis bit his tongue and suddenly threw the holy bone sword at the unconscious Nighthawk by the door. "No!" Casimir waved his hand with the strength he had accumulated with great difficulty, causing an invisible object to divert the holy artifact bone sword. Lenivis seized the opportunity and ran to the side. From the bathroom window at the end of the corridor, he flipped out of the red brick building. Following that, he opened the manhole cover by the street, climbed down, and plunged into the sewers. Lenivis seemed to be very familiar with this place. Even though it was pitch black around him, he could still run, jump, turn, and quickly escape into the depths of the labyrinthine sewers. Suddenly, he instinctively stopped and leaned back. A card was stabbed deeply into his right chest, and blood dripped from the edge. Lenivis looked up and saw the attacker with his dark vision. It was a man of medium build in a worker's uniform. He wore a mask with a raised mouth and a red nose. It was a happy clown. Chapter 289. The moment their gazes met, Lenivis suddenly bent down and rolled forward. Clang! A tarot card with an angel and a horn on its face stabbed into the wall of the sewers like a flying knife. It was positioned at the same height as Lenivis's neck. Clang! 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 Lenivis rolled, leaped to the side, or pounced forward. With abnormal agility, he avoided the 3 cards that came at him in succession, causing them to collide violently with the wall, the stone slabs, and the cement, producing a metallic echo. At the same time, he saw the man in the clown mask following closely behind him from the corner of his eye. He held a thick stack of cards in one hand and dealt them with familiarity with the other. The sun with facial features on the paper came into view. Lenivus pushed against the wall with his left hand and leaped into the air, making a huge change in direction. At that moment, he heard a whooshing sound and felt a sharp pain in his ankle. 2 cards were dealt? One was slightly delayed, and it happened to be aimed in the direction where I was dodging? He can predict my movements? Lenivus's heart skipped a beat. As soon as he landed, he endured the pain and rolled again. Clang! Another tarot card was inserted into his original spot. It was a constantly trembling tarot card. It was only then that Lenivus saw a card deeply embedded in his right ankle. The stars, water bottle, and holy water depicted on it had been dyed bright red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lenivus didn't have the chance to think or treat his injuries. One tarot card after another transformed into sharp flying knives, shooting at different parts of his body. Soon, the injuries on his right foot and left chest, the residual effects of the hole in his chest and abdomen, and the collision with at least a demigod level made him, a Sequence 9 marauder, who was known for his speed and agility, slow down. But a card was sent flying by him, but his wrist had been cut deeply. It was a wound that kept bleeding. The Nighthawks and the military would soon catch up. He couldn't delay any longer. At that moment, Lenivus's mind was very clear. Suddenly, he stopped in place and stopped dodging. A card with the word demon painted on it accurately hit his neck. Almost instantly, the cards stuck in his body bounced off. The hideous wounds on his neck, right chest, wrist, and ankle had blood squirming crazily. Disgusting granulation grew out one after another. On Lenivus's skin, tiny lumps instantly protruded. They were iron-colored, as though they had formed a set of full-body armor. Dang! A tarot card was shot over, but it bounced off the dense lump. Lenivus, whose eyes were bloodshot, looked at the clown opposite him, who had stopped playing and put away his cards. No matter what, after being tormented by the gods, there should be some gains. Before he finished his sentence, he kicked off with his left foot and leaped over the flowing filthy river, pouncing towards the enemy in front of him. Klein, who was wearing the clown mask, dodged to the side as though he had expected it. He pulled his left hand out of his pocket, clenched it tightly into a fist, and threw it at Lenivus's sun acupoint like a cannonball. Bang! Lenivus swung his elbow sideways, raised his forearm, and accurately countered his opponent's fist. The violent force surged over like a torrent, and Klein's body was dragged along as he staggered. Pop, pop, pop. One crisp explosion after another exploded in Klein's ears. Each punch was heavier and faster than the last, and each punch was reflected in his eyes. He seemed to have forgotten to maintain his balance as he staggered and fell to the side. Then, with the support of his left elbow, he changed directions and rolled. Pop, 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 bang, bang. Lenivus's punches and kicks were fast and fierce. Klein was almost hit several times, but he was always able to rely on his exaggerated balance to dodge the attack. Sometimes he was on the wall, and sometimes he was on the ground, as though he was performing acrobatic. He appeared very calm and not impatient at all. It was as though he had made up his mind to delay the battle as much as possible until the Nighthawks and the military caught up. But once Lenivus showed signs of escaping, he would definitely pester him and not give him a chance. Pop. Lenivus's punch forced Klein to use the rebound from the wall to fly back into the air. He didn't hesitate to turn around and escape through another tunnel. Klein's toes touched the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball, straight at Lenivus's back. At that moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if Lenivus had no bones. He forcefully twisted his upper body and punched him. This was the clown's intuition. Without any hesitation, Klein took the initiative to reduce his subsequent strength. With a smack, he still pounced forward, but he was much weaker than he had expected. Crack! Amidst the jarring sound of friction, Lenivas's legs didn't move, but his upper body suddenly twisted back. His face was facing backward, and his toes pointed forward. In this terrifying scene, Lenivas rushed forward with a punch at Klein's head. The force was so strong that the air produced an explosive sound. Boom! His fist hit the void, about 20 to 30 centimeters away from Klein's face. The strong wind blew Klein's hair, but he didn't take this opportunity to attack his enemy. Instead, he chanted a word in ancient Hermes in a low and hoarse voice. Crimson. Charm? Lenivas's forehead twitched as he immediately pounced to the side in an attempt to dodge. But at this moment, Klein didn't throw out the charm. Instead, he clenched his left fist tightly and followed Lenivas's movements. He similarly pounced to the side and rolled, only pulling the distance between them slightly apart. He's lying to me? Just as this thought flashed through Lenivas's mind, his eyes clearly reflected the clown's upturned lips, as well as the dark red flames that had ignited in his left fist. Lenivas's gaze immediately froze. A light crackling sound entered his ears, and a deep sense of tranquility instantly filled the air, enveloping both him and Klein. What is he trying to do? He wants the two of us to be affected at the same time so that the subsequent Nighthawks and military personnel can arrive. Lenivas's eyelids drooped heavily, and the exhaustion and weakness he had been suppressing used this to fight back. He tried his best not to fall asleep, wanting to rely on his current body's uniqueness to forcefully survive the most intense stage of the slumber. Klein didn't put up any resistance and quickly fell asleep. However, when he fell asleep unnaturally, he would instinctively wake up. This was his special ability to resist spirit channeling and intrusive dreams. This was what he relied on to luckily escape from Madame Sharon's clutches. In the battle just now, after the card-throwing knives were ineffective, he immediately took out the slumber charm and held it tightly in his palm, waiting for an opportunity to use it. He was waiting for an opportunity to affect himself and his enemy. In just an instant, he, who was abnormally rational, forcefully broke free from the dream. His eyes clearly reflected the swaying Lenivas. Phew! Klein suddenly became very calm, as if the person in front of him was just a target. He took a deep breath, turned his waist, pulled his shoulders, and thrust his fist forward with all his might. Bang! Crack! His fist ruthlessly struck Lenivas's throat, producing the sound of bones shattering and causing flesh and blood to splatter. Lenivas took 2 steps back and pressed himself against the wall. The intense pain finally allowed him to escape the effects of his slumber, but the fine iron-colored lumps on his body had all faded away. After Klein's punch landed, he reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out 2 cards. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each of the 2 tarot cards was inserted into one of Lenivas's eyes, and the blood-colored liquid instantly flowed down. Lenivas actually endured the pain and didn't let out a shrill scream. He suddenly lunged forward, intending to struggle fiercely. Klein didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. As if he had expected it, he turned his body sideways and took a step back. Then, taking advantage of Lenivas's missed attack, he rushed behind him in 2 steps and wrapped his hands around the enemy's neck. Crack! Klein exerted strength in his arms, suddenly turned around, and twisted Lenivas's neck. After doing all of this, he took 2 steps back and looked at his opponent. Lenivas's eyes, which were stuck in the cards, looked forward weakly as his body slowly slumped to the ground. At the same time, he asked in a very puzzled manner, in confusion, "Why, want to kill me?" Klein, who was wearing a clown mask, stared at the enemy in front of him and replied rather indifferently, "No reason." "No." Lenivas's eyes widened as he fell to the ground of the sewer, unable to let go. His aura finally dissipated. At that moment, the seemingly calm Klein suddenly took a step forward, tightened his right leg, and kicked with all his strength, landing a kick on Lenevis's head. Bang! Lenevis's neck, which was already a mess of flesh and bones, could no longer withstand the pressure. Lenevis's head flew out like a rubber ball and slammed heavily into the wall, splattering red and white everywhere. Klein looked at this scene and suddenly bent his back. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally, and the clown mask on his face looked so happy. The corners of his mouth were curled up, the tip of his bright red nose, and his fair face looked so happy. Ha 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 ha. Klein laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. His laughter sounded worse than crying. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down. He slowly straightened his body and squinted his left eye at the darkest part of the sewer. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up as he silently said to himself, "Captain, look, we've saved Rouen again." Drop after drop of liquid quietly slid down and landed on his collar. At that moment, he felt that his clown potion had been completely digested. Chapter 290. In the dark sewers, Klein wiped his neck and turned his attention back to Lenevis's cracked head and headless corpse, as well as the 2 tarot cards stuck in his eyes. He had originally wanted to retrieve all the flying knives he had thrown out and erase the corresponding clues, but he discovered a very real and serious problem. He didn't have night vision. He was able to rush through the pitch-black sewers and engage in an intense battle with Lenevis because of his spirit vision. He could see the colors of Lenevis's aura and the spiritual radiance of various creatures. He could vaguely grasp the places they illuminated, and use that to identify his path. Unfortunately, the tarot card he was using now wasn't the one he had obtained from the Nighthawks. It didn't have any spiritual silver patterns, and it was ordinary and without any special characteristics. In such an environment, Klein could use the colors of his aura and the spiritual radiance to distinguish the outlines of objects in a very small area around him, but he couldn't see the cards that were stuck in the walls and the ground or scattered everywhere at a distance. His intense battle with Lenevis hadn't been limited to a single spot. Of course, he believed that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be too difficult to find the tarot cards that he had thrown out. But the crux of the problem was that the Nighthawks and the military personnel on the airship who were pursuing Lenevis might arrive at any moment. I can't be careless in this aspect. I've been wearing gloves. This tarot card was bought before I came to Bakeland, and it's a national model. I don't usually use it. Even if I carry it with me, it's usually placed with Mr. Aztec's copper whistle most of the time. No matter what method they use, it'll be very difficult to locate me through them. At most, they'll be able to recreate a portion of the battle scene. And I have a mask on my face, and my shoes are padded. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Klein quickly made a decision. He turned to Lenevis's headless corpse, squatted down, and reached out his black-gloved right palm to quickly search for the items left behind on his body. Klein had no intention of performing a spirit-channeling ritual. Firstly, the feeling of an evil god descending had left a deep impression on him. He didn't dare to blindly channel Lenevis's spirit unless he brought it above the gray fog. Secondly, the Nighthawks and the military could arrive at any time. He didn't think he had enough time to set up a ritual, summon himself, respond to himself, and then channel the spirit above the gray fog. I should give up when I have to, Klein silently muttered to himself as he retracted his hand from Lenevis's body. This crazy swindler seemed to have fled in a hurry. He didn't bring any cash, materials, or charms. He only had an eyeball-sized badge on him. There was a light and thin spiritual radiance on it that was quietly shining. Klein wasn't afraid that the item could be located because he planned on throwing it above the gray fog to study it slowly. Hence, he stood up straight and put the badge into his pocket. He stared at Lenevis's corpse, and without waiting for the Beyonder characteristic to appear, He took out the remaining tarot cards with his black-gloved left hand. Then, he straightened his left arm and placed his palm directly above Lenivas's corpse. Suddenly, Klein released his palm, allowing the tarot cards to fall and cover the headless corpse like leaves. Some of them faced up, with pictures and numbers drawn on them. Some had dark red backs with faint patterns. After doing all of this, Klein took out the Aztec copper whistle and threw it a few times before running into the depths of the sewers without looking back. After almost 2 minutes, figures finally found the place. Some of them wore thick black windbreakers, while others wore well-tailored military-like uniforms. The leader was Crestet Casimir, who carried a pure white bone sword. His red gloves were stained with dust, and his determined face revealed obvious exhaustion and weakness. They stopped a few meters away from the corpse, and with the help of their night vision, they saw Lenivas's corpse and the head by the wall. There were 2 tarot cards stuck in the head. One was the Emperor and the other was the Wheel of Fortune. The surface of the headless corpse was covered with even more paper cards, which depicted the chariot driven by the victor, the hermit wearing a long robe and carrying a lamp, the Grim Reaper riding a white horse and wearing armor, and even more Holy Grail and scepter-numbered cards. On the surrounding walls and floor, there were also tarot cards such as Demon, Sun, and Judgment. All of this looked like the scene of some strange ritual, and Lenivas was the sacrificial offering that was destined to be sacrificed. Crestet Casimir drew a silent breath and frowned. The Beyonders around him were momentarily stunned by the terrifying and mysterious scene in the dark environment. After leaving the scene of Lenivas's death, Klein quickly found an exit and left. He tore off his clown mask and walked quickly towards East Borough in the shadows of the gas lamp. Before that, he had already dealt with the stains on the soles of his shoes. It wasn't until he entered East Borough and arrived at Black Palm Street that he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, in his rented one-bedroom apartment, he quickly held a ritual to summon and respond to himself. In his spirit-body state, Klein moved all the clothes he had worn that night, the remaining charms, herbs, essential oils, and the badge he had obtained from Lenivas above the gray fog. He then used spiritual flames to burn the corresponding clues. Phew! He exhaled and finally had the time to take a look at what the badge he had obtained from Lenivas looked like. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, and on the front was engraved the symbol of fate and concealment. On the back was a tight circle of tiny ancient Hermes inscriptions. You can join with this item. What does that mean? Is Lenivas a member of some secret organization? Klein rubbed his temples. He was physically and mentally exhausted, and the timing wasn't right. He decisively gave up on his research and decided to think about it after the tarot gathering. He quickly left the mysterious space above the gray fog, changed into another set of clothes, and removed the disguise he had previously made. However, he wasn't in a hurry to return to Minsk Street. He planned to sleep until the next morning. This was because moving on the streets after midnight was easy to attract attention, and with the incident that had just happened. Lying in bed, Klein looked out the window at the night sky where the moonlight had receded. His mind gradually calmed down. After completing the initial stages of his revenge, he felt that he had removed a huge burden from his shoulders and lost a lot of his depression. Compared to before, his mental state was clearly much better. Inzanguil and sealed artifact 0-08 aren't something I can deal with at the moment. Furthermore, the difference is huge. Only by becoming a high-sequence Beyonder, a demigod existence, will I be qualified to participate in this matter. Before advancing to Sequence 4, I'll pretend that they don't exist. Yes, my goal for a long time to come is to work hard to improve myself. I've already completely digested the clown potion. Once I gather all the Beyonder ingredients, I'll be able to advance to magicians. After that, there's still Faceless, Marionettist, and the corresponding sequence for whose name I still don't know. Other than that, I'll be a normal detective. Klein's mind was at peace as he thought about his plans for the future. He was no longer as anxious or depressed. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he silently muttered to himself, "Captain Banson, Melissa, you probably prefer to see me like this?" At dawn, a group of people wearing surgical caps and white masks, dressed like doctors, arrived at the entrance of the Dock Workers Association's dormitory. The leader, who looked very experienced, said to the confused residents, "A contagious disease has been discovered in this building. A contagious disease has been discovered in this house, and a man named Kevin has passed away because of it. We'll provide free treatment. There's a special medicine for this contagious disease. As long as you take it in time, you'll be fine." Kevin? One by one, the residents exclaimed as they looked around for their colleague named Kevin, but they didn't discover anything. That was Lenivis's alias. Seeing that this medical charity was accompanied by a policeman they knew, the residents no longer had any doubts. They began to nervously line up to receive the medicine. The first was a middle-aged man with a big beard. He nervously asked all sorts of questions, afraid that a bottle of medicine wouldn't be able to fight the contagious disease. It was not until the doctors showed signs of impatience that he drank the bottle of blue medicine. Following that, he was helped to the side and aimed his mouth at a hole of the same size. The man suddenly felt nauseous and vomited violently, spitting out a blob of sour and bloody stuff. Just as he was about to move his gaze to see what he had vomited, he was forcefully pulled away by two strong nurses. The hole the size of a mouth was located in an iron-black metal bucket. The bottom of the bucket was dark and deep, with almost no light coming from it. And there was a pool of yellowish-green liquid. In the middle of the liquid was a small piece of blood-colored flesh. The flesh was covered in fine black hair. One by one, the residents drank the medicine and vomited in pain in front of different metal bucket. Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. "Why did you suddenly come to visit so early?" Audrey looked at the sky outside and then at Viscount Glaint in front of her. Glaint looked around and only saw a huge golden retriever squatting beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "I was planning on going to the racecourse, but I met Kong Si on the way. I was going to the racetrack, but I met Kong Si on the way. He told me something very interesting. It was really interesting. I thought I would pass by here, so I came to share it with you." "What is it?" Audrey asked with interest. Glaint didn't pay attention to his choice of words. "You should have heard of the Aurora Order, right? It's the Aurora Order that assassinated Ambassador Intis. They were captured and a few important members died. A very large plot failed as a result. I thought it was something related to the true Creator's godhood. Zio and the others got someone to report it yesterday evening, and they took action at night. Wait, the Aurora Order seems to worship the true Creator." Audrey's eyes lit up and she asked in a reserved manner, "What plot?" "I don't know." Kong Si refused to say. "He only told me that the person in charge of this plot was a former wanted swindler named Lenivis." Glaint spread out his right palm. "As expected." Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She didn't hide her curiosity and asked, "Was he caught?" "He died, but he didn't die at the hands of our people." Glaint paused. "This is what I meant by interesting. When his corpse was discovered, it was covered in many tarot cards. It was the same for the surroundings. Imagine the scene, tarot cards? The corpse was covered in many tarot cards?" Audrey was taken aback at first, but then she came to a realization. This was done by our tarot. This was done by Mr. Fool's Blessed. Chapter 291. Believing that she knew the truth, Audrey couldn't help but imagine the scene described by Viscount Glaint. Lenivis collapsed in the darkness, in the mud, his body covered with tarot cards. There was the Fool, Justice, the Hanging Man, the Sun, the World, other main cards, and many numbered cards. Some of them were in reverse positions, while others were in normal positions. Some had yet to be flipped open, only revealing their back. It was as if a large-scale, strange tarot divination was taking place. Such a scene would definitely be very shocking. I wonder where the Justice card will land. What will the Beyonders of MI9 and the Church think of this matter? Will they think that a new secret organization has appeared? Lenivus has the godhood of the true creator, so what he and the Aurora Order are plotting is definitely not trivial. If they succeed, it will definitely bring a terrible disaster to Bakeland and the kingdom. Yet, such a plot has been stopped so easily and calmly. It has been stopped by a simple mission issued by Mr. Fool. Is this a game at the level of deities? Mr. Fool and the true creator are mortal enemies? No wonder he calls him the fallen creator. Thoughts flashed through her mind, and Audrey's body trembled imperceptibly. What are you thinking about? Viscount Glaint, who was sitting opposite her, finally couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Audrey suddenly snapped out of her daze and tilted her head slightly with a smile. Weren't you the one who wanted me to imagine a corpse covered in tarot cards? Ha! Glaint smiled awkwardly and sighed. I wonder which secret organization's member killed Lenivus. It's really in line with my imagination of something like this. It's too cool. It's our tarot. Audrey replied silently and smiled faintly. Maybe it's a powerful Beyonder who doesn't have an organization and acts alone? No matter what, I like this style. Hurry up Zio and Furs and ask them when I'll be able to find the apothecary formula, Glaint said excitedly. Audrey's eyes widened slightly. She looked around and lowered her voice. Quiet, lower your voice. How can you talk about potion formulas here? Glaint smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, it's nothing. I've already confirmed it. Other than you and me, there's only one dog here. The golden retriever, Susie, subconsciously changed her sitting posture. North Bakeland, in a room in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Dressed in a black hooded robe with blue eyeshadow and blush, Daly casually found a seat and sat down. She picked up the documents on the table. Her gaze suddenly froze as her brows furrowed tightly. She seemed to be suppressing something as she asked. Lenivus? Why didn't I know about this? Why wasn't I informed of last night's operation? Sitting in the seat of honor, Crestet Casimir, who had once again hidden his chin and lips under his collar, said in a deep voice, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control your emotions. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control your emotions, which would bring unnecessary risks to the operation, so I didn't tell you. I understand your feelings very well. The Tingen team has a Nighthawk who is currently receiving guidance and training in the Holy Cathedral, preparing to join the Red Glove. His performance is similar to yours, but as the person in charge of the operation and a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, I have to eliminate any unstable factors. Daly looked at the other Nighthawk captains and deacons who had been gathered and scoffed. Why do you think I won't be able to control my emotions? I'm very calm. I won't be impulsive. My anger will only erupt after Lenivus is captured. This is the professionalism of a senior Nighthawk, a deacon. If I capture Lenivus, I'll make him understand that men are also very weak. I'll make sure there's a cold, rotting, but stiff corpse behind his ass. I'll make sure there's a pile of bones filled with barbs and a stench in front of his body. I'll make sure those cold little fellows enter and exit every inch of his body. Damn it! You've let him die just like that. Crestet Casimir looked at Daly calmly and listened to her quietly. Then he sighed. And said, How long have you been tolerating it? Daly froze for a moment. Suddenly, like a deflated balloon, she whispered dejectedly. It's been a very long time. Casimir retracted his gaze and looked at the other deacons and captains. What did you find? We've preliminarily confirmed that the person who killed Lenivus is a member of the secret order. He's a Sequence 8, and his potion name is Clown. He's good at using cards as throwing knives, a deacon reported truthfully. However, we can't confirm this guess. The tarot cards scattered on the corpse don't seem to be a cover-up. After all, the Beyonder didn't deal with the cards on the wall and Lenevis's head at the same time. We all believe that the final scene was closer to some kind of ritual or symbol. Therefore, we suspect that the Beyonder might belong to an organization that we don't understand yet. Of course, that scene could also be a special habit of his. Casimir nodded slightly. We can start from this aspect and carry out follow-up investigations. Al, what did you discover from the investigation of the informant? Al Harson, who had the charm of a middle-aged man, flipped through the paper in his hand. We investigated the informant and discovered that his actions were instigated by a bounty hunter. In the process of searching for the wanted criminal Lenevis, the bounty hunter's companion was killed by a member of the Aurora Order. In order to seek revenge, she secretly carried out an investigation and finally locked onto the target at the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balham Dock. Based on the target's movements, she discovered Lenevis. Her actions were basically confirmed by witnesses. There's nothing strange about it. At the same time, we used Beyonder means to confirm that she has no connection with the person who killed Lenevis. Now that she's in hiding, it'll be very difficult to find her. Casimir added as if in thought, this is very consistent with Lenevis's description. This is very much in line with Lenevis's description. The radical and crazy members of the Aurora Order are a form of aid to his escape. Is there any problem with the reporter who went to the Workers' Alliance that afternoon? Another Nighthawk captain reported, he's a fake reporter. According to the information we received from the police department, he's actually a private detective. Previously, he was helping reporter Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer investigate Siebel's murder. We speculate that he obtained a certain clue and found out about the dock union. Thus, he disguised himself and came into contact with everyone suspected of being the murderer. This guess has been confirmed by Eichinger Stanton. Casimir grunted in acknowledgement and asked about the others who had recently come into contact with Lenevis. He received no questions one after another. Towards the end, he deliberated and said, the lack of a motive for Lenevis's murder puzzles me. That mysterious murderer deserves our attention. Continue following up on this matter. In addition, according to common sense, the Aurora Order definitely wouldn't only have Beyonders at the level of a rose bishop or a hermit ascetic in a huge city like Bakeland. There would at least be an oracle or even a saint. Their plan to welcome the true Creator's descent has failed. With their crazy and irrational characteristics, I'm worried that they will do a series of acts of revenge. All of you have to be on high alert in the near future. I'll also be staying in Bakeland. Yes, Your Excellency Casimir, the deacons and squad leaders replied solemnly. Crestet Casimir paused for a few seconds and added, Tingin's Megos incident and last night's Lenevis incident have revealed a problem. The Megos incident in Tingen and the Lenevis incident last night revealed a problem. The factory district, dock area, and East Borough have become hotbeds for evil gods to descend and nurture. Send people to investigate and gather the truest information. If it's really as Lenevis described, I'll raise this matter at the Council of Cardinals and officially exert pressure on the kingdom and the government to push for the corresponding changes to be implemented as soon as possible. Klein slept very late before waking up, but it still wasn't bright enough outside. There was still a faint fog, and it was dark and cold. This doesn't match my somewhat brilliant mood. He mumbled to himself, changed his clothes, took his keys, and returned to Minsk Street without much attention. After changing his worker's uniform into a shirt and sweater and confirming that no one was investigating him as a private detective, he was completely relieved. He leisurely went out to the butcher's shop to buy food and prepare a sumptuous lunch for himself. There was some sun in the afternoon in Bakeland. Klein lazily basked in the sun, as if he didn't want to do anything for a moment. At 45, he took out his golden pocket watch and glanced at it. He returned to his bedroom and went above the gray fog. After conjuring the fake world and familiarizing himself with the controls, he sat in the high-back chair at the head of the table and sent Sun a reminder to prepare for the gathering. At exactly 3 o'clock in Bakeland, beams of crimson light soared into the magnificent and ancient palace, outlining blurry figures. Audrey looked straight at the head of the table and said briskly, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The simple mission you entrusted me with has been completed." She deliberately emphasized the word simple, because she wanted to confirm from Mr. Fool if Lenivus had been eliminated by his adorer, and if the death scene that was covered in tarot cards was a symbolic symbol of the tarot. Klein pretended to smile calmly. "I already know." After saying that, he sighed leisurely. In such an era, with such a Bakeland, such East Borough, the dock area and the factory district, it's really a hotbed for evil gods to descend. What? The hanging man Alger was stunned for a moment, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. Chapter 292. I remember that the simple mission given by Mr. Fool was only to investigate 2 people who might join the gathering. The general content was to find the person in the portrait, and that person was confirmed to be in Bakeland. Alger Wilson tried hard to recall what had happened at the last gathering, and he found it increasingly difficult to understand what this had to do with the hotbed of evil gods descending. Isn't it just to find someone? Furthermore, it's the kind that isn't too dangerous. Mr. Fool's simple mission has a deeper purpose hidden behind it? This is a silent contest between deities? The hanging man instantly thought of many things, and he almost blurted out to ask justice in an attempt to pay the price to understand the specifics of the matter. However, as a senior official beyonder, a seafarer who steered an ancient ghost ship, he was experienced and shrewd. He forcefully resisted the urge, and planned to first use the internal channels of the Church of the Storm to ask about the recent major events in Bakeland. As for Audrey, she immediately understood Mr. Fool's sigh, and she instantly understood the matter regarding Lenivus. It turns out that the bit of godhood that Lenivus possesses is the initial foundation for the true creator to descend into the real world, and the terrible situation in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district is a hotbed for the rapid development and growth of this foundation. Mr. Fool used a simple mission to stop the true creator's huge conspiracy and save all of Bakeland. Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table with sparkling eyes, and she couldn't help but be filled with admiration. At this moment, the gloomy and reserved world chuckled and said, "That's right. Every time I see or hear about a large number of child laborers who die in their teens, or how most workers rarely live past the age of 30 due to extreme fatigue and the harsh environment, or how they barely survive the previous tests but lose their jobs due to old age and lack of security, they can only wander the streets and die of hunger and cold. I don't doubt the existence of evil gods at all. They are on the ground, in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There are even reports that it's difficult for certain factory workers to live past 5 years. And in the east side of Bakeland, there is a saying that the people who live there, Grandpa's generation, must be foreigners. There are no exceptions. The true meaning of this sentence is that the people there will not have a third generation, and they will not have grandchildren. Poverty and hunger made their children very thin and weak. It was difficult for them to adapt to the hard work, and they would quickly wither away in Bakeland, not to mention getting married and having children. Audrey, who was hearing Mr. World speak so much for the first time, immediately fell into deep shock and confusion. Why didn't I know about such a thing? The newspapers and magazines I read only mentioned that the residents of East Borough had a hard time. This was more than hard. Audrey's eyes lost focus for a moment. She felt that her understanding of the kingdom and the world seemed to have been completely overturned. Suddenly, she deeply understood why Mr. Fool had made such a sigh. Why did he say that in such an era, such a Bakeland, such East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district were hotbeds for the descent of evil gods? I can't let this continue. Otherwise, there will be a day when Bakeland will be destroyed because of this. Audrey suddenly had a strong urge to return to understand more. She wanted to remind her father, Earl Hall, and use her powers as a spectator and telepathist to secretly guide the implementation of laws and policies that could improve the lives of the pitiful people in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. At the end of the long bronze table, the fool Klein quietly observed Miss Justice's reaction. He had deliberately sighed and used his smuff account, Mr. World, to give a detailed explanation. It was to make Miss Justice, who was a noble and still had some naivety left, realize the seriousness of the problem. Through her, he could push for change in the kingdom. Before becoming a faceless, I have to remember clearly that I can't personally get involved in such matters. He silently set such a boundary for himself. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you for saving Bakeland. Your sigh has also allowed me to understand the root of the problem. Thank you, Mr. World. You have allowed me to know many things I didn't know in the past. Audrey reined in her emotions and sincerely thanked the two gentlemen sitting at the end of the long ancient table. Saved Bakeland? The hanging man Alger was no stranger to the situation in East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area. He was even more surprised by Miss Justice's description. How big of a deal did this actually happen? He thought with a frown in confusion. Sun listened rather seriously. Although he didn't understand any of it, he still listened seriously, hoping to understand the situation in the area where Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and Mr. World were. Klein only smiled at Miss Justice's gratitude and didn't respond further. He turned his gaze to the hanging man. Alger immediately understood what he meant and quickly conjured the last page of Roselle's diary. Klein took it out of thin air and casually glanced at it. January 14th. I discovered a problem. If an unconscious high-sequence beyonder item isn't sealed, it will unknowingly attract low-sequence beyonders of the same pathway to the vicinity, resulting in an intersection. The higher the original sequence, the easier it is for this to happen. However, this situation doesn't seem to exist all the time, but is intermittent. This diary entry immediately made Klein spirited, because he had previously made similar guesses. After he came to Bakeland, he discovered that he quickly intersected with the secret order and the beyonders of the seer pathway. As a result, he fell into an extremely passive and dangerous situation, but as a result, he also obtained the corresponding sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas. Back then, he guessed that his transmigration hid a secret that allowed him to have a certain resurrection ability. It would intermittently attract people and objects related to the seer pathway, such as the Antigonus family's diary or the members of the secret order. And after seeing Roselle the Great's diary entry, Klein immediately had a new idea. He glanced at the thick gray fog and the illusory crimson stars from the corner of his eye and mumbled to himself, "That's right." He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the one who created that attraction wasn't me, but the gray fog and the mysterious space above the gray fog? This can also be considered the secret behind my transmigration." Without any more clues or information, Klein quickly reined in his thoughts and read the second diary entry. January 16th. The taste of a demoness sure isn't bad. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He didn't know what expression to use to face it. "Emperor, I've underestimated you. You really can do what others can't. Don't you care about her previous gender? Don't you care about her experience during her pleasure phase?" Suppressing the urge to slowly exhale, Klein looked at the last entry of the diary in his hand. January 20th. I've made the second card of blasphemy. Let me think. Where should I hide it? Yes, I plan on disguising it as a bookmark and placing it in a very valuable book. If the recipient isn't fated, it would be difficult for them to imagine that the most valuable item in a valuable book is actually that inconspicuous bookmark. Not bad, that's a good idea. Emperor, why didn't you make it clear? Which book was that bookmark clipped to? Before I finished reading it, I was still filled with joy, believing that I would be able to follow the map and obtain a card of blasphemy that contains the secrets of a deity. Klein was rather disappointed as he let his gaze stop at the end. I hope that the Emperor's subsequent diary entries contain specific information. He consoled himself, leaned back, and smiled. You can communicate freely now. At this moment, Sun mimicked Miss Justice and raised his hand. Mr. World, the Beyonder weapon you gave me exceeded my expectations. I've already saved up enough merit points to exchange for the ingredients and advance to Sequence 8. In the next 2 days, I'll use the remaining merit points to hire helpers to obtain the true roots and sap of the Mist Trayan. I'll be able to complete the transaction very soon. He spoke in great detail, worried that his trustworthy image would be doubted and destroyed. Of course, everything he said was the truth. Although the axe didn't meet his expectations of a Beyonder weapon, its power shocked him. That axe can produce a lethal bolt of lightning with just 2 or 3 strikes. Coupled with the temporary enhancement of my bard powers, I can definitely fight against a Sequence 7 close combat monster. If I encounter one that's afraid of lightning, I can even easily finish it off. I'm already a light suppliant and have a certain level of magic. My strength has been enhanced in a fundamental way, and I can fight against even more powerful monsters. Derek Berg felt that he had fallen in love with that Beyonder weapon. In the City of Silver, strength was a reason to like someone. The thick darkness around them and the monsters in the depths of the darkness forced them to obey this rule generation after generation. All right. The gloomy world nodded slightly under Klein's control. He looked around and asked again, "What's wrong with you?" "Ma'am, sir, do you have any clues about the dark-patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the elves' marrow crystals?" Audrey shook her head without hesitation. The hanging man Alger pondered for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "There will be a grand gathering of pirates on the Sonia Sea in the near future. On the Sonia Sea, there will be a grand gathering of pirates in the near future. The fleets of the 4 pirate kings and 6 pirate admirals may participate. It should be 7 pirate admirals. Someone else has joined the ranks. At such a grand gathering, there will definitely be transactions of Beyonder ingredients. There's a high chance that the rare dark-patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and spring of the elves' marrow crystals will appear. I have the chance to participate in this gathering, but what can you pay in exchange?" Chapter 293. There's a high chance of it appearing. Klein controlled the world and chuckled darkly. "Yes, I really don't have the wind-blessed potion formula, and I won't be able to find a way to obtain it in a short period of time. However, I do have an incomplete Sequence 4 potion formula. Although it's incomplete, I believe you should know its value very well. It can be exchanged for at least 10,000 pounds, and most of the time, you won't be able to buy it even with double the price. This is a crucial step for humans to undergo a qualitative change. How about it? Are you interested? The spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther is worth between 500 to 700 pounds, and the marrow crystals of the spring of the elves are worth between 300 to 400 pounds. I believe you will need to prepare an additional 9,000 pounds in cash or items of equivalent value. Klein had long guessed that the Sequence 4 Unshadowed of the Sun pathway could be interchanged with sequences of the Sailor and Reader pathways, and this guess had been indirectly confirmed by Mr. A's request and Roselle's diary. It had even extended to the suspicion that the Secret's Suppliant and Spectator pathways could also be added to the list. Therefore, he believed that the incomplete formula of the Unshadowed was an irresistible temptation for the hanging man of the Sailor pathway. It's fine if you can't produce something worth 9,000 pounds at once. You can pay it in installments under Mr. Fool's witness and slowly repay it. Klein silently added in his heart. He was currently lacking the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther, so he didn't mind the other party putting it on credit. After all, he didn't have to worry about running away. Well, there are also hidden dangers. If Mr. the Hanging Man suddenly dies, I'll suffer a huge loss. Faced with such a heavy transaction, Klein couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. An incomplete sequence 4 potion formula? An incomplete formula that leads to the path of a demigod? This is something that can't be bought with money. Audrey's eyes lit up. She couldn't hide her curiosity, and asked before the Hanging Man could. Mr. World, may I ask something? Which pathway's sequence 4 formula is it? If it's not convenient for you to answer, just pretend I didn't say anything. Mr. World actually has a sequence 4 potion formula. Even if it's incomplete, it's still very shocking. It's no wonder Mr. Fool pulled him into the tarot. He's not a simple beyonder. Zio and Furz's examination mission has already ended, and Mr. Fool hasn't mentioned letting them join. He definitely has other considerations. Perhaps he needs to observe them for a period of time. I can't take the initiative to ask. That would seem impolite. Instantly, Audrey thought of many things. Miss Justice's question was exactly what Klein needed. He made the World answer with a hoarse voice. I was going to say it anyway. That's the Sun Pathway's sequence 4 unshadowed potion formula. The Sun Pathway? He suddenly looked at Mr. World, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table. His eyes were instantly filled with eagerness and desire. However, he maintained his silence because he knew that he was still far from becoming a demigod. He had to first strengthen himself with the limited resources he had. Only caring about the present was the style of the City of Silver, because to their residents, there might not be a future at any time. Unshadowed. Audrey nodded elegantly and said happily, "Thank you for your answer, Mr. World." She felt that she had learned another very important piece of information. Unshadowed. The Hanging Man Alger repeated softly and calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't need it." Don't need it? Klein was stunned. This was completely different from the reaction he had imagined and the script he had in mind. His shock indirectly made the World reveal a look of disbelief. After a few seconds he said, "That's right." After a few seconds he said, "You can first owe a portion. With Mr. Fool as a witness, I believe that you will definitely make up for it." "No, I really don't need it." The Hanging Man Alger shook his head. "No need. I really don't need it." He's very confident that he will be favored and valued by the Church of the Storm in the future, and he will be directly bestowed with the corresponding potion? Or could it be that he actually has the sequence 4 potion formula of the Sailor Pathway? Its name is Cataclysmic Inter? Klein quickly thought of 2 possibilities. What should I do? Do I have to exchange the Witch or Demoness of Pleasure formula with him? Klein made a silent, self-deprecating remark. He deliberately made the World fall silent for a few seconds before saying, "Other potion formulas, or some secrets that I know. For example, the secrets of the top sequences." The Hanging Man Alger slightly changed his sitting posture and replied after some deliberation, "I myself know some secrets of the top sequences. How can you ensure that the two don't overlap? How can you be sure that the secret you speak of is equal to the value of the dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the Elves' marrow crystals? We will each give the secrets of the top sequences we know to Mr. Fool, and he will compare them to see if they overlap and confirm their value." "Mr. Fool, is that all right?" Klein controlled the World and asked himself. Then, he said in a condescending manner, "All right. Sure." Alger nodded slowly and said, "I have no more questions. Let's begin. I really want to know the secrets of the top sequences, but I don't have any extra money to buy them recently." Audrey looked enviously at the World and the Hanging Man as they each conjured a piece of goatskin. She, who had never had to worry about money since she was young, finally experienced what it was like to be poor. Soon, Klein received the contents written by the 2 members. The first thing he looked at was undoubtedly the piece of goatskin belonging to the Hanging Man. He discovered that the contents were very simple. There was only one sentence. The path to godhood is hidden at the top of the sequence. Phew. That's good. Otherwise, I'll have to switch to other knowledge. Klein seriously examined the world's goatskin and chuckled. It's not repetitive. To most Beyonders, the secrets provided by Mr. World aren't of much value, but in the eyes of some, it's of great importance. It can't be measured by money. Upon hearing this conclusion, the hanging man Alger fell into a dilemma. To him, obtaining the two Beyonder ingredients at the same time was quite a burden. He had to sell many valuable items to exchange for them. Paying such a huge price just to hear a secret that might not be of any use to him? Alger thought for about 20 seconds. Mr. Fool, can you give me a little more hint? I can't make a choice now. Unable to choose? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He understood that the words he had said to maintain his image had backfired and played a negative role. He hurriedly deliberated for a moment and smiled. What he described is a detailed supplement to the secret you know. A detailed supplement? A detailed supplement to the path to godhood? The hanging man Alger didn't hesitate any longer. He turned to look at the world and said simply and forcefully, "You're the hanging man, deal." He immediately added, "I will exchange for the dark-patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the Elven Fountain's marrow crystals within this week. Of course, the premise is that they appear at the Pirate Festival. Although the probability is very high, we still have to believe that anything can happen. In that case, it might be delayed to next week, the week after that, or even next month. Please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill my promise." "No problem. With Mr. Fool bearing witness, there's nothing for me to worry about," the world replied hoarsely. After they confirmed the deal, Klein conjured a piece of goatskin in front of the hanging man Alger, eagerly lowered his head, and eagerly read every word. "There's still sequence 0 above sequence 1. Sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. This can also be promoted through corresponding potions and rituals. Sequence 0? The echelon of a true god." The hanging man, Alger, was first stunned and shocked. Then, he felt relieved and joyful as he muttered to himself silently, "So that's how it is. I understand what it means." He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair as if nothing had happened. That secret must be shocking. Mr. the Hanging Man has lost his composure. Audrey reluctantly moved her gaze away and looked diagonally at the sun. "Mr. Sun, I remember you saying that the City of Silver has sequence 9, 8, and 7 potion formulas for the Dragon Pathway?" "Yes." Sun nodded honestly. "The name of the sequence 7 potion is Psychoanalyst. If I want to obtain it, what price do I need to pay?" Audrey asked in a reserved manner. "The sequence 7 potion formula for the Sun Pathway," Derek answered without hesitation. Audrey nodded slightly. "I'll try my best to gather it." Zio and Furs mentioned that there's a Beyonder of the Sun Pathway at Mr. A's gathering. He's at least a sequence 7, and he's good at purification and exorcism. After the recent matters are over, I can try to start from there. In addition, I should attend more gatherings in the medical school's abandoned school building and think of a way to make contact with the members of the psychological alchemy. 2 legs are definitely better than 1. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, but she suddenly realized that even if she had clues to the formula, she wouldn't be able to obtain it. This was because she had been in a financial crisis for the past few months, and she could barely hold on. The sequence 7 formula is worth about £800, so it's still possible to gather some. It's already October, and it's almost the new year. When that happens, I'll officially be an adult, and I'll be able to freely dispose of quite a bit of wealth. Or should I use the knowledge that Mr. Fool taught me to exchange for it? I wonder what his attitude towards such actions. Audrey's thoughts gradually wandered. She decided to wait until there was hope for the formula before asking Mr. Fool. The transaction ended. Klein had originally wanted to use the knowledge he possessed to exchange for a mystical item that didn't pose too many risks, but after sensing the pain from the hanging man, he knew that the other party would pay a huge price for the two Beyonder ingredients. He probably wouldn't have anything extra left, so he could only give up regretfully. The moment the free exchange segment began, the hanging man, Alger, took the initiative to mention it. Chapter 294. Audrey was rather interested in the pirate admiral's matters and cooperated with him. What's his name? What was his current title? There is no such news circulating in Bakeland. The hanging man Alger nodded slowly. She's a lady. She used to be a famous pirate, Ailment Maiden Tracy. You should have heard of her, right? No, I don't know much about it. Audrey shook her head honestly. Me too. The fool Klein, who sat high above, echoed inwardly. Alger fell silent for 2 seconds and didn't waste any time explaining. In short, she subdued Zillings's fleet last month and used her actions to prove that she has the strength of a pirate admiral. She renamed Zillings's ship the Black Death and called herself Vice Admiral Ailment. In the past, she mainly acted alone. She's good at using curses, black fire, and frost. Those who are her enemies will always suffer from all sorts of illnesses. At present, no one knows which pathway she belongs to, but it's confirmed that she's at Sequence 5. Audrey listened with relish. She blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "What's the matter? Mr. the Hanging Man, can you introduce the 4 pirate kings and the other 6 pirate admirals in detail? I've only heard of their names and nicknames. I don't know what Beyonder powers they possess." Alger surveyed the area and saw that the sun and the world were all listening attentively, so he nodded slightly. No problem. The most powerful pirate king is the king of the 5 seas, Nast. He claims to be a descendant of the 4th epoch's Solomon Empire. Not only is he a high-sequence Beyonder, but he also possesses the terrifying ghost ship, the Black Emperor, left behind by the Empire. He's good at using order, and he can pull his enemies into a battle that he's best at, creating all sorts of unimaginable effects. He's also the oldest pirate. It's said that he was already active in the 5 seas more than 100 years ago, during the post-Roselle era. No one knows exactly how old he is. Of course, compared to the other pirate king, there's more information about him. As for the owner of the Dawn, we only know that she's a beautiful woman who was once a warlock. She's now a demigod. Her title is Queen Mystic. After introducing the 4 pirate kings, the hanging man Alger turned the topic to the remaining 6 pirate admirals. The owner of the Black Tulip, Ludwell, was once a subordinate of the king of the 5 seas. He later became independent and called himself Admiral Hell. Rumor has it that he has established a certain level of connection with the charismatic order. He's a powerful spirit medium who can control all sorts of spirit world creatures. He's both terrifying and bizarre. Rumor has it that he has a ring left behind by an ancient death. Admiral of Stars Catlia was once a follower of Queen Mystic, but the two of them nearly fell out a long time ago. As for the reason behind this, the rumors at sea say that she joined a secret organization and infuriated Queen Mystic. And according to the information I received, this secret organization is the Moses Ascetic Order. Moses Ascetic Order. Mystery Prior Pathway. Hidden Sage. Klein suddenly thought of old Neil's loss of control and the evil god who would whisper enticement into the ears of low-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway. This was the first time he was learning about the Moses Ascetic Order in real life and not from books. Following that, the hanging man Alger introduced Admiral of Blood Senor, who was suspected to be an evil spirit but not a human, Vice Admiral Deep Sea Hell Constantine, who had a partial sea monster bloodline, Edwina Edwards, who called herself Vice Admiral Iceberg, and Vice Admiral Bulatov Ivan. Thank you for sharing it. I'm beginning to yearn for the sea. Audrey said in anticipation. I wonder when I'll be able to truly travel. No, Miss Justice. It's definitely not as wonderful as you imagine it to be. From my point of view, it's a combination of blood, chaos, massacre, desire, and fear. Alger calmly poured cold water on her. Audrey nodded and said, "Recently, there was a serial murder case in Bakeland. Recently, there was a serial murder case in Backlund. There were a total of 11 cases, but one of them was confirmed to be a copycat. This serial murder case targeted women who were once street girls but currently had a proper job. The murderer would cut open their abdomens and dig out all their organs. This sounds like it's related to devil worship. Was it done by the blood sanctification sect?" The hanging man Alger instantly made a guess. "I don't know. We haven't found the murderer yet." Audrey wished she could turn into a detective and bring Susie to capture the detestable fellow. At this moment, son Derek blurted out in a daze, "I know of such rituals. I know of such rituals." He knows? That's right. Before the cataclysm, especially during the second epoch, devils were active in the real world and on the surface. They were the targets of hatred from both the giants and the dragons. It's normal for the City of Silver to have such records. Their history hasn't been hidden or tampered with, nor has there been a lapse in time. Klein looked at Son thoughtfully, waiting for him to say more. "You know of it?" Audrey asked in delight. Derek nodded. "It's mentioned in our demonology textbook. It's rather ancient. It's a ritual used by devils to aid in their advancement. It often appears when advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. It's not a ritual to please devils, but a ritual used by devils to aid in their advancement." Audrey asked in surprise. Derek answered very seriously, "Yes. Sequence 6 of the Abyss Pathway is called Devil. This is also the origin of their race's name." Abyss Pathway? Before the Cataclysm, the Devil Pathway was known as the Abyss Pathway. Devil is only the name of Sequence 6. Could it be Sequence 0? Abyss? Klein once again discovered the value of Sunday. The City of Silver still had a lot of knowledge and secrets that had been lost in the long river of history. "Is that so?" Audrey nodded indiscernibly. "Mr. Sun, do you know the exact details of this ritual?" Derek nodded and said, "The minimum limit is 13 people, and the maximum is 49. The lowest limit is 13 people, and the highest is 49. The more complete the ceremony, the higher the chance of promotion. There has to be at least a 3-day interval between 2 killings, otherwise it's easy to lose control. However, the interval can't exceed 9 days, or the ritual will reset. Every time a person is killed, after every part of the ritual, the devil will eat the victim's organs. From then on, he will always be in a violent and bloodthirsty state, wanting to harm others until that desire is satisfied again." "How terrifying!" Audrey sighed from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't even bear to imagine it. Klein sat in the thick gray fog, listening silently and memorizing it. After discussing the serial murders, Audrey looked at Alger and organized her words. "Mr. the Hanging Man, there's something I've always been puzzled about. I've participated in several Beyonder gatherings and found that very few people sell potion formulas. Even if there are, it's very difficult to make a deal." "Why?" The Hanging Man Alger chuckled and said, "It's because potion formulas are very easy to forge, and Beyonder gatherings are relatively secretive. It's because potion formulas are very easy to forge, and Beyonder gatherings are relatively secretive and don't have much binding power. Therefore, no one dares to risk their lives. Don't tell me you can prepare 2 sets of Beyonder ingredients and experiment with animals? That's too high a price." Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. Besides, the additional cost isn't limited to that. After animals consume the potion, it's easier for them to lose control than humans. You have to hire a few Beyonders to protect yourself to prevent them from dying in the experiment. Therefore, for most Beyonders, even if the formula appears, they wouldn't dare to buy it," Alger added. Audrey felt even more guilty. The Hanging Man, Alger, didn't notice her reaction. Because of this, unless the host of the gathering or one of the members has the ability to verify the authenticity of the potion formula and has won the trust of the majority of the members, it is very difficult to trade the formula. Yes, old Mr. I of Wisdom can do it. Mr. A is a shepherd, so he should be able to do it too. Klein leaned back in his chair and muttered silently to himself without opening his mouth. A thought flashed through Audrey's mind as she asked in passing, "Can't it be done through a vow? Dear miss, this is an underground gathering. Do you think it's appropriate to make an oath in the name of the 7 Orthodox gods? This isn't something that can be resolved with a simple oath. There must be a corresponding ceremony." The hanging man, Alger, chuckled and said, "As for the hidden sage, the true creator, and the other evil gods, devils, and hidden existences, who wouldn't be their believers dare to swear in their name and wish that they weren't dying fast enough?" At this point, he suddenly sighed. In addition, without knowing the acting method, the potion can easily cause people to lose control, easily turning them into monsters. And the corresponding ingredients are very difficult to obtain and are rather expensive. Therefore, as long as the 7 churches don't allow such transactions to be officially verified, there's no need to deliberately control it to prevent the potion formula from being circulated on a large scale, much less popularize it. So that's how it is, Audrey muttered to herself, resolving a huge mystery in her heart. No wonder. Klein was enlightened. 7 Orthodox gods? Sun really wanted to ask who the 7 were, but he ultimately held back out of caution. He thought for a moment and said, "The City of Silver recently organized an expedition into the depths of the darkness and discovered a half-destroyed temple. The statue that was consecrated inside was a naked man nailed to a cross. Its body was smeared with blood. Do you know which god this is? This is the true creator. The forsaken land of the gods actually had a temple of the true creator. Furthermore, from what Sun meant, it was unlikely that the true creator existed before the cataclysm. Otherwise, it was impossible for the City of Silver not to recognize him." Klein used his clown powers to control his expression, not allowing his shock to show. Audrey, the hanging man, and the world looked at each other and shook their head. "We don't know." Just as they said that, they heard Mr. Fool in the gray fog say in a deep voice, Chapter 295. Fallen Creator? Derek immediately furrowed his brows. The residents of the City of Silver had always believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. When they heard the word fallen, they couldn't help but instinctively feel repulsed and uncomfortable. The fallen creator. This is what Mr. Fool calls the true creator. So this evil god has such an image. But why would his statue and temple appear in the area explored by the City of Silver? It's suspected to be the forsaken land of the gods. Or could it be said that before it was abandoned by the gods, there was already a belief in the true creator? Could the holy sanctuary that the Aurora Order has always claimed really be in the forsaken land of the gods? The hanging man Alger thought of many things, but he was unable to make an accurate judgment. This was because the history before the cataclysm had long developed into myths and legend. This couldn't be described as simply shrouded in fog. He pondered for 2 seconds and deliberately said, "We also have another name for the fallen creator, the true creator. The faction that believes in him holds the beyonder pathways of secrets suppliant, listener, and hermit ascetic. Subsequently, there's the shepherd you mentioned." Shepherd? The silent Sun suddenly sat up straight, his eyes filled with horror. He wasn't unfamiliar with the beyonder pathways mentioned by the hanging man. However, in certain sequences, the City of Silver used similar words, such as whisperer and listener. So that strange and sinister statue represents the secret's suppliant pathway. Elder Lovia is already a shepherd. She's acting more and more strangely. Derek suddenly worried about the newly promoted elder of the 6-member council and the safety of the City of Silver. In the past, when exploring the surrounding areas, The City of Silver had discovered a few cities that had been completely destroyed. In those places, there were only a few words engraved on the back of the rubble that proved that such a civilization had once existed. Those words were variants of Dragonese, Jotun, and Elvish. Most of them repeatedly described an existence. That existence was called Evil God. The residents of the City of Silver, who had participated in the operation, were guessing that those cities had been destroyed by Evil God. Therefore, how could son Derek not be shocked, worried, and terrified after discovering that the pathway Elder Lovia was in was suspected to be controlled by an evil god? He returned to his silent state, leaving Audrey, who had been waiting to hear more stories about the City of Silver, rather disappointed. After so many gatherings and the purchase of information on the dragons, her interest in the City of Silver had intensified. His reaction is a little different from what I imagined. The hanging man Alger observed calmly for a while, but he didn't gain anything. For a moment, he couldn't find a better starting point. And if he were to ask directly, he suspected that son would ask for payment. This wasn't a simple matter for him, who was burdened with the debt of 2 Beyonder ingredients. At this moment, they heard the sound of the table being gently knocked. In the thick gray fog, Klein concealed his fatigue and chuckled. "Let's end this gathering here. Your will is our will." Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and bowed. The hanging man, son, and world answered in similar terms. Klein waved his hand and severed the connection. He quietly watched the blurry figures of Miss Justice and the others turn into light and dissipate. Following that, he made his smurf, world, disappear instantly while he picked up the small badge he had obtained from Lenivis to study it. "You can join by possessing this item." Klein recited the words behind the badge, but he realized that the item in his hand didn't change at all. He thought for a moment and carefully injected his spirituality into it. A faint glow bloomed and quickly condensed into a beam of light that shot out of the gray fog. However, it was rebounded by the boundless gray fog. The light suddenly dispersed, turning into an illusory parchment the size of a palm. On it was written a line in ancient Fasak: 4 January 1350, 8 p.m., Bobber Valley. A simple communication device in the field of mysticism? Send a message and request for synchronization to obtain the latest gathering time and location? Klein recalled the scene he had just seen and made a preliminary judgment of the use of the badge. 1350, which is next year. Bobber Valley is located in the area before the Tussock River enters Bakeland. The time is very detailed, but the location is very vague. It's a valley that's nearly 100 kilometers long. Perhaps, when I get there, this badge can be used as a positioning tool. Klein flipped the badge in his hand with great interest, wanting to study the corresponding symbols, incantations, and labels to see if he could replicate one himself. Unfortunately, as he had left the Nighthawks, his mysticism knowledge was still at its original level. He hadn't obtained the opportunity to further study it. Therefore, after studying it for a few minutes, he could only give up. As for the phrase, "You can join by possessing this item," Klein didn't plan on considering it for the time being. "If I can become a faceless before the end of the year, then I can disguise myself and take a look. Otherwise, forget it." Klein silently muttered to himself and turned his attention to advancing to magicians. The true roots and sap of the miscreant in Sun should be stable. If my luck isn't too bad, I can also obtain the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther this week. Sequence 7, mid-sequence. I can already see and touch it. How should I act as a magician? As he thought about it, Klein began to consider the specific problem. Due to the encounters and experiences before and after his resurrection, he immediately understood the true meaning of clown. Therefore, in the past month or so, he only needed to act in his daily life to gradually digest it. There was no need for him to summarize it and make adjustments based on the feedback. When he killed Lenivis and completed his initial revenge, the moment he smiled with tears in his eyes, the clown potion would naturally be completely digested. This was different from the specific process when Klein first digested the seer potion. It could be considered a rather special situation. And now, his acting as a magician would return to that of the past. The true meaning of magicians is to pass off the spurious as the genuine? Yes, according to what Zeradal said in the Emperor's diary, although the mainstream of this pathway isn't fate, there's still a portion that belongs to it. So, there has to be corresponding content here? For example, it seems like I can change fate to a certain extent, but in the end I realize that it's just an illusion, a magic trick, a deception? Klein rubbed his temples, wrapped his remaining spirituality around himself, and fell into the gray fog. St. George Borough, in a 2-bedroom house. Thankfully, I prepared an additional place like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to hide. Furs stared at the mirror and brushed her hair. That's right, Zio replied weakly as she lay in bed. I just read in the newspaper that Lenevis is dead. However, this matter involves godhood, so it definitely won't end so quickly. We still have to hide for a while. No, you're the one hiding, not me. I'm an upright clinic doctor, a best-selling author. Furs looked at the mirror and put on some simple makeup. Zio was momentarily at a loss for words as she slowly sat up and said, Thankfully, I'm smart enough and have rich experience. Thankfully, I'm smart enough and have rich experience. When I got someone to report it, I didn't directly mention that it involved the true Creator's godhood. I only described it as dangerous, with the huge changes in the target, as though I was praying to an evil god, and so on. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare stay in Backlund. It's tough and dangerous to be embroiled in a high-level struggle. I don't want to take on Miss Audrey's missions anymore. Is that so? Furs asked without turning her head. Zio was silent for a few seconds before saying, Actually, there's no need for us to mention the godhood. Since Miss Audrey can find out about it, the Church of the Goddess will definitely be able to as well. They should have already killed that giant, right? I can't be sure, Furs answered bluntly. Zio was taken aback as she let out a long, slow sigh. Furs stopped what she was doing and turned to look at her. You basically completed the mission yourself, so I won't be sharing the bounty with you. It's a total of £200. Together with your savings of £70, even after deducting the commission, the first Beyonder ingredient of the sheriff potion is very close. But the police won't be able to get the £100 that quickly. Zio pursed her lips. This wasn't to say that the police weren't willing to offer a bounty, but that she couldn't get it directly. She had to go through the friend who had helped her submit the clues. That was the official recipient of the bounty. As she believed that this matter would definitely blow up, she didn't have the guts to look for her friend for the time being. As for whether or not her friend would swallow the bounty, she was still rather confident. She had helped too many shady bounty hunters in the past. A commission was a commission, but if she dared to swallow the bounty herself, she would have long died in some dark alley. But it will ultimately belong to you. Furs paused for 2 seconds and asked seriously, When you have enough money, will you contact the masked man and help him buy the corresponding ingredients from him? No, unless it's impossible to get anywhere else. There's no hope. Zio gave her answer. Empress Borough, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey was still reminiscing about today's gathering when she suddenly saw her personal maid, Annie, come over with a piece of paper. Miss, your telegram, Annie said with a smile. It's from the east coast of Balam. Alfred's? Audrey happily took it and read it seriously. Dear sister, the rainbow salamander you wanted arrived at Pritz Harbor last night. My instructions to them were to deliver it to your manor in the suburbs. Arrived last night? Then it should be delivered to my manor as early as today or tomorrow at the latest. Audrey turned her head to look at Susie, who was struggling with the snacks. She smiled faintly and said, Susie, the gift I prepared for you is almost here. Chapter 296. Ding. Klein rode the bicycle that Leopard had just completed and circled the lawn behind his house a few times. Not bad, just as I expected. However, there's no need to make a separate bell. When encountering a situation, it's very difficult for the rider to free his hand. It's completely possible to combine the bell with the handlebar. That way, it'll be more convenient, concise, and more in line with the laws of development. Klein gripped the brakes with his right hand, causing the bicycle to quickly slow down and come to a stop. At the same time, he placed the bell in his left hand back to its original position. Leopard thought for a few seconds. Yes, that's how it should be. I was simply imitating a carriage bell and forgot that this is a brand new mode of transportation. Having said that, he watched in puzzlement as Klein skillfully got off the bicycle and set up the frame. You give me the feeling that you've ridden a similar mode of transportation before, and you rode it very well. I'm sure that the other bicycles on the market have huge flaws, and they're clearly different from mine. Do you know about bike sharing? As a clown, I should actually be riding a unicycle. Klein silently lampooned and smiled. This has nothing to do with experience. Excellent balance and athleticism are the key. He then changed the topic and said, but from what you just said, the cost is rather high and it conflicts quite a bit with the positioning of our product. You have to come up with a plan as soon as possible to reduce the cost. You have to know that nobles, tycoons, and other members of high society definitely won't choose to ride their own bicycles. It's undignified. It's the same for middle-class people with an annual income of more than £300. Our target is petty clerks, postmen, and so-called worker nobles, which is the class with an annual income of £70 to £300. This is only a prototype. Yes, it's a term invented by Roselle the Great. It's normal for the cost to be high. If the subsequent factory phase goes smoothly, I think it won't be a problem to lower it to £6. It would be even better if we can find a cheap material that can replace natural rubber. That's the most expensive part, Leopard replied after some thought. Unfortunately, this world hasn't discovered petroleum yet. I wonder if there's any. Can refined coal tar replace it in some way? I don't understand at all. I'm not in this line of work, nor am I a savant. Klein thought for a moment. If the cost can be kept below £4, then we'll be rich. As for the cheap material to replace natural rubber, you can look through Roselle's manuscripts. Maybe he has some ideas. Leopard grunted softly and suddenly said, yes. Speaking of this, I just remembered that there will be a Roselle the Great Memorial Exhibition next week. It will be held at the Royal Museum. It's hosted by the Church of Steam and Machinery. It's said that the original manuscripts of Roselle the Great's inventions and various relics will be there. Invention manuscripts and all kinds of relics? Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. When exactly? I'm very interested. Next Tuesday to next Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. Although Roselle the Great was once an enemy of the kingdom, the charm of his legendary life will not diminish because of that. I'll take the time to see the exhibition. Klein took out his bulging wallet and took out 2 £10 and 2 £5 notes. This is the second installment. Use it to study how to reduce the cost and make the most perfect application at the patent office. If you don't have a lawyer you're familiar with, I can introduce you to one. The last £20 will be given to you next week. Use it to find new investors and complete the industrialization of the product. Of course, I'll also help you contact people who are interested. He had never thought of monopolizing the profits of the bicycle. First of all, he lacked the money for large-scale production. Second, he believed that he didn't have enough connections in the factory, marketing, and sales. If he forced himself to do it or hired someone, it would be a waste of time and effort and might not succeed. He might even suffer a loss. In that case, it was better to introduce new investors with similar resources and channels. In addition, and more importantly, this way, he would have a chance to cash in a certain amount of shares in advance, saving up some cash for the resources needed to advance to Faceless in the future. He didn't want to have the money to buy it when he encountered it. Besides, I've never thought of becoming a bicycle tycoon. My identity is sensitive. Before I become a faceless, I have to stay away from matters that might become the focus of society. I'll be playing the role of magicians, not businessman or factory owner. Klein sighed inwardly. I know a few solicitors. Leopard mumbled and took the second installment of investment. Leopard grumbled and took the second installment. Why don't you apply for a loan from the bank? When we get the patent, I believe there will definitely be banks that will lend us money, such as Bakeland Bank or Varvat Bank. We're not only bringing in investment, but also channels, connections, and capabilities. Do you understand? Klein explained with a smile. He then put on his hat and said, After you apply for the patent, send me a letter. You know my address. On the Sonia Sea, there was an island with an extinct volcano. Ships with masts and sails docked one after another, filling the not-so-small dock. The pirates singing, roaring, laughing, cursing, and cheering sounded incessantly, turning the place into a sea of revelry. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, walked down the Blue Avenger and climbed a cliff not far away, quietly watching everything. Apart from the 4 kings and the 7 admirals, the other pirates only received news of this event a week ago. Most of them won't be able to make it in time. This is also to prevent the various navies and experts of the various churches from ambushing us. Alger's mind wasn't focused as he watched the pirates bring out barrels of ale. He knew that the Rouen Kingdom already had an epoch-making ironclad warship, but he wasn't worried about encountering one here. This was because it had only been 4 months, and the invincible armada in the news still needed more ironclad warship. It needed different types of ships to work together, as well as the training of officers, sailors, and cannoneers. Without more than a year of work, it was impossible to form a true combat force. Just as Alger's thoughts were wandering, the pirates on the ship and dock suddenly let out exclamations. Some ran deep into the island, while others hurriedly steered their ships away from the dock, as though they were avoiding a devil or a plague. In just a few minutes, the bustling scene from before was reduced to a mess and silence. Alger turned his head to look out at the sea and saw a ship painted completely black. On its mast was a huge white flag with a skull painted on it. The skull was pitch black in color, and its eye sockets burned with ghostly blue flames. Black Death, Alger muttered. He understood why the pirates had been avoiding her. Wherever Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy passed, there would always be people who would fall sick for some baffling reason. The Black Death slowly docked as a figure wearing a white linen shirt and a dark red coat appeared at the bow of the ship. She was a rather beautiful lady, and at the same time, one that exuded a heroic aura. Her raven-black curly hair was coiled up high with a white headscarf wrapped around it. She wore beige trousers that fitted her body. Her figure was slender, but there was no lack of beauty in it. And the most eye-catching thing about this lady was her long, straight eyebrows and sharp, bright blue eyes. As she looked around, her eyes would occasionally lose focus, appearing misty and extremely alluring. At some point in time, a wandering poet who was mixed in with the pirates had come to the edge of the cliff. He said in a moaning tone, "She will forever be a maiden." She indeed brought ailments. Oh, I'm sick. My mind is filled with her. A number of the pirates who had left gathered again as they looked at Ailment Maiden Tracy in infatuation. Alger held back his feelings of contempt as he glanced at the pirates and scoffed inwardly. What a bunch of fellows with no future and no will. They just knew how to avoid her a moment ago, but now they've been charmed by her beauty. Although Ailment Maiden is indeed very beautiful, it's not to the extent of what they've shown. Beyond her powers related to charm? As his thoughts raced, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy left the Black Death and headed for the pitch-black palace deep in the island. At this moment, another gigantic sailboat appeared on the surface of the sea. Its flag was an eye with 10 stars circling it, an eye without eyelashes. Admiral of Stars Catlia. Alger nodded gently as he muttered silently. As the Black Death and other ships were already docked at the dock, the gigantic sailboat didn't approach the shore. Instead, it circled to a cliff that was sheltered from the wind and anchored. Following that, the gloomy sky suddenly lit up as resplendent starlight scattered down, condensing into a long, transparent bridge in midair. It was a long bridge that led from the gigantic sailboat to the palace deep in the island. A lady stepped onto the long bridge and strolled in midair. She wore a black classic robe with many symbols and magic labels painted on it. The most obvious one was a mysterious eye without eyelashes. By the lady's waist hung an astral globe, a short scepter, and other items. She looked like a powerful warlock who was active in the fourth epoch. Alger looked up for a while and suddenly frowned. He muttered to himself in puzzlement, that astral globe gives me a very familiar feeling. It's just like the strange glass bottle I previously obtained of unknown use. It was the strange glass bottle that shattered after I was pulled into the gathering by Mr. Fool in the suburbs north of Empressborough. Audrey led her maids and her golden retriever, Susie, into her manor. "Miss, the goods from Inmat Harbor are just up ahead," the butler in charge of the manor said respectfully. "All right." Audrey nodded slightly and half-jokingly said to the golden retriever beside her, "Susie, this is your gift." As they spoke, they turned a corner and saw the so-called gift. It was a gigantic lizard whose skin would change color according to the light. It was 3 meters long, and even though it was lying down, it was at the same height as Audrey's knee. They were two behemoths that could scare a child to tears. Chapter 297. In Audrey's heart, there had always been a hidden understanding. Rainbow salamander equals rainbow salamander's pituitary gland equals palm-sized beyonder material with a soft, hilly surface and constantly changing colors. So, what did this have to do with the 3-meter-long, knee-high behemoth in front of her? For a moment, she was in a daze. She only snapped out of it when she heard Susie's voice. She pretended to be satisfied and said to the butler, "This is exactly the animal specimen I need." It's just a little bigger than I imagined, just a little. Lead the servants to move them to the warehouse. I'll study them when I'm free." "Yes, miss." The butler immediately ordered the surrounding servants, who were peeking at their master, to get to work. Audrey looked around and didn't say anything else. She led Susie into the manor's study, and used the excuse that she needed to focus on writing her brother's reply. She left all the maids outside. "When the dissection is done, there will be 2 portions of the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. One portion will be used to exchange for a Farsman rabbit's spinal fluid, which can be concocted into a bottle of telepathist potion." Audrey gradually shook off the shock and confusion from before, and began thinking about how to advance Susie. At that moment, she thought of a serious problem. She didn't know if Susie had digested the potion. If she hadn't digested it, consuming the telepathist potion would easily cause her to lose control. She wasn't like humans. She could endure it. Wait, she endured it the first time, and her current IQ isn't any lower than a 10-year-old child's. As she's already learning Ruan words. She said she wanted to read newspapers and magazines and read books. Audrey was silent for a few seconds. She glanced at the golden retriever who was squatting at the side and didn't know what was going on. "Susie, have you completely digested the potion?" "Digested?" Susie asked in puzzlement. Audrey had already told her that she had previously consumed a potion and reminded her not to tell anyone, as well as not to tell animals with a certain level of intelligence such as barks and meows. Audrey nodded slowly and solemnly. "It's a very strange and unique feeling. It's as if something illusory in your body has broken and merged with your spirit. You can vaguely see one illusory star after another, and you yourself belong to one of them. These stars are attracting each other as if they want to merge into one." Susie listened quietly and replied briskly, "Then I should have completely digested it. I had a similar feeling before." "Huh? Susie has completely digested the spectator potion?" But no one had taught her how to act. At most, I would occasionally remind her to observe more and keep a calm mind. Audrey asked in surprise, "When did you digest it?" "Last month, the month before last, or even earlier." Susie tried hard to recall for a while, but seeing that her master's expression was becoming more and more odd, she hurriedly wagged her tail and timidly added, "I can't remember clearly. I'm just a dog. I won't deliberately remember these things, woof." "You're just a dog. But your digestion speed is only slightly slower than mine. Don't tell me that when I communicate with other Beyonders in the future, I have to say that I'm a little better than a dog when it comes to digesting potions. Pooey. Audrey, what are you thinking?" Audrey maintained her elegant smile and praised politely, "Very good. Very good. I mean, in terms of digesting the magic potion, you did very well." After returning from Leopard's Place, Klein took a leisurely nap. But it didn't take long for him to be woken up by a series of illusory and annoying pleas. "Mail? Mr. the Hanging Man, or Little Son? Is one of the main ingredients for my potion finally coming?" Klein carefully identified it for a few seconds and quickly forgot his anger at being disturbed. He quickly got out of bed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He discovered that the crimson star that symbolized the hanging man was shrinking and expanding. Hence, he extended his hand, emanated his spirituality, and touched it. After the customary honorific name of the fool, the hanging man prayed, "I've already gathered the spinal fluid of the dark patterned Black Panther and the marrow crystals of the Spring of the Elves. Please allow me to hold a sacrificial ritual. Please pass them to Mr. World." That's fast progress. The hanging man said that there would be a grand gathering of pirates soon. From the looks of it, it's not soon, but now. He's always being secretive and not telling the truth. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Sure. After a simple sacrificial ritual, Alger held back his urge to ask Mr. Fool if the astral telescope beside Admiral of Stars Catlia had anything to do with him. And at this moment Klein had already forgotten about him. He was admiring the 2 Beyonder ingredients placed on the surface of the long bronze table. The spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther looked like a transparent tube of liquid, but upon careful observation, one would discover that its clarity was divided into levels. The lower it was, the more transparent it became. It was perfectly segmented, fully satisfying the thoughts of an obsessive-compulsive disorder sufferer. The marrow crystals of the Spring of the Elves were similar to a faded egg. The shell seemed to be very thin, as though it could shatter at a touch. One could hear the sound of flowing water without shaking it. I should be able to exchange for £300 in cash and clues to the formula from the apothecary. My magicians are only short of the Fog Trent's true roots and sap. I wonder when Little Son will complete the mission. Klein thought in anticipation. As for the other supplementary ingredients, he had long bought them from different stores. For example, the water-shaped gems needed to be bought from a jewelry store and ground into powder himself. A 5-gram piece cost about £2.50. Son didn't make Klein wait too long. On Wednesday evening, he prayed softly and told Mr. Fool that he had prepared the Fog Trent's true roots and sap. He also asked Mr. Fool to pass it to the world. The Fog Trent's true roots were heart-shaped, brown, and the size of a palm. The front was wrinkled like an elder's skin, while the back was smooth and exquisite like a gem. It was expanding and contracting slightly, as though it still had a certain level of vitality. Its sap was light green and crystalline. It looked delicious at a glance. Klein looked at them, feeling a little smug. In this era, Sequence 7 was the threshold of a mid-sequence Beyonder. This meant that Beyonders could finally bid farewell to the state of being only slightly stronger than ordinary people in certain aspects. They would possess relatively rich Beyonder powers. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled and returned to his bedroom. He summoned himself and brought the Beyonder ingredients into the real world. He didn't prepare any additional utensils. After washing the iron stew pot in the kitchen a few times, He began concocting the potion according to the sequence of supplementary ingredients before main ingredient. With a clown's control over his body, he quickly completed the prelude and placed the dark-patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the Fog Trent's true roots into the pot. Sizzle! Amidst the jarring sound, a pale white fog suddenly rose up and was forcefully pulled back into the pot by an invisible force. When everything calmed down, Klein quickly poured out the liquid from the pot, not leaving a single drop behind into a transparent glass bottle that he had prepared earlier. The liquid was rather special. It was as though fireworks were constantly blooming inside. Red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors constantly spread out, constantly disappearing and reappearing. This was the magician's potion. Klein held a 1-pound gold coin between his left thumb and index finger, flicked it up, and opened his palm to catch it. He was using divination to confirm if the potion he had concocted was a success. But the gold coin fell, and the portrait faced up, indicating confirmation. Without any hesitation, Klein put away the gold coin, picked up the potion, and walked out of the kitchen. At that moment it was already late. The gas lamp in the room had yet to be lit, and it was pitch black all around. There was only a faint light near the oriel window, creating a dim scene. Klein sat on the sofa and used cogitation to calm his pounding heart, temporarily distancing himself from all his emotions. After doing all this, he raised the glass bottle, tilted his neck, and drank the magician's potion. Gulp, gulp. The ice-cold potion flowed down his throat, and countless bubbles burst at every moment. Just as Klein was experiencing this stimulation, a massive amount of information surged into his mind, blooming like fireworks. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his head felt like it was about to crack and explode. However, this wasn't an unbearable state for Klein. The terrifying ravings before entering the gray fog and the evil roar of the true creator were much more terrifying. Hornasis! Phlegria! Hornasis! Phlegria! Hornasis! Phlegria! The ethereal temptation reverberated once again as Klein's head expanded and contracted repeatedly. Gradually, he regained his train of thought and began to consciously restrain his thoughts. He outlined the sphere of light, and bit by bit, he approached cogitation. After an unknown period of time, his vision recovered. At the same time, he felt his entire body itch, especially his arms. Klein hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and was surprised to see that the skin on one of his arms was deeply wrinkled, like that of a centenarian. The other had lost its color and turned transparent. He could see the blood vessels, muscles, and veins inside. Could it be that I still lost control? No, I don't think so. This is a residual effect. Klein sat on the sofa in the darkness, leaning forward as he vigilantly observed the abnormality in his arms. It was as if a monster was being nurtured there. He heard the sounds of passers-by on the street outside. He heard Mrs. Stellan greeting her husband, who had returned home half an hour late. He heard Mr. Sammer complaining about the traffic congestion caused by the narrow roads and the many carriages on the street. And none of this had anything to do with Klein. He sat quietly on the sofa in the darkness, watching the wrinkled skin and the transparent state on his arms slowly recover. 5 or 6 minutes later, everything finally returned to normal. Klein sighed silently. Thankfully, no one is knocking on the door or ringing the bell at this time. I chose to advance only after completely digesting the Sequence 8 potion. If there are such serious residual effects, it would definitely be rather difficult for those Beyonders who rely on time to temper themselves. It's no wonder Captain took 9 years. It's no wonder the owner of Evil Dragon Bar, the former mandated Punisher Captain Swain, never dared to consume the Sequence 7 Seafarer potion. After sitting in silence for another 10 seconds, Klein slowly stood up. At this moment, he was already a mid-sequence Beyonder. Chapter 298. Taking 2 steps forward and crossing the coffee table, Klein stretched his body and shook his wrists, but he didn't find any abnormalities. He looked out the oriel window at the dim and gloomy street lamps and muttered to himself thoughtfully, "My hands are more dexterous, and my movements are more agile. My hands are more dexterous, and my movements are more agile. Even without beyonder powers, I can become a top magician as long as I study hard." This was his first impression of his body's changes. And just like what was recorded in the Nighthawk's internal records, if the potion provided a certain magical ability, then the Beyonder would be able to sense it after consuming it and grasp the specifics. It was as if the corresponding knowledge had been injected into the mind through a mysterious method and was imprinted in the mind. "My head nearly exploded just now." Klein smiled and shook his head. He carefully recalled the previous feeling and the corresponding spells. It had to be said that magicians were indeed powerful Sequence 7 Beyonders. They had many magical powers, and they could all be cast quickly. Among them, there were 3 that Klein valued the most. At the top of the list was damage transfer. As long as he didn't die directly, as long as his hands could still move, he could transfer the fatal wounds to his arms or other less important areas, turning fatal injuries into minor ones. This was a Beyonder power that was very useful for survival in actual combat. The only problem was that at Sequence 7, the wounds could only be transferred to his own body, and there was only one chance. Perhaps as his sequence increased, he could transfer it to an object or someone else. It really feels like magic. Klein imagined the future. The second spell was Flaming Jump. Within a range of 30 meters, he could flash between the fire seed he left behind and the flames he already had. It was similar to teleportation, and it seemed to be a special ability that relied on the spirit world. Yes, it can be used to perform magic. Klein mocked himself with great satisfaction. More importantly, as he digested the potion and advanced his sequence, the range of Flaming Jump would increase significantly. The third spell-like Beyonder power was the air bullet that Klein had seen from the suited clown from the Secret Order. Magicians could use the snap of their fingers to simulate sounds to create air bullets that were as powerful and fast as bullets fired from special revolvers. Furthermore, its effects would also increase with the progress of the potion's digestion and the development of his sequence. Klein suspected that when he reached Sequence 5 or 4, he would be able to use his hands to create cannonballs. This way, there's no need for me to buy pistols and bullets. No, I still have to buy another one. There are many things that I don't need to reveal that I have Beyonder powers. Problems that can be solved with guns aren't problems. Klein nodded indiscernibly and turned to examine the other spells and spell-like powers. The fourth was Paper Figurine Substitute. At critical moments, magicians could temporarily turn a paper figurine they carried into themselves and swap places with themselves. This was a relatively simple substitution spell. Apart from blocking a fatal blow, it could also effectively weaken the damage of curses. So this is the use of the paper figurines carried by Nimblewright Master Rosago. He must have found it a pity because he was corrupted by the true creator. There's no way for him to use a substitute. The biggest problem with this spell is that it requires the preparation of materials in advance, which is a relatively exquisitely tailored paper figurine. In the early 5th epoch, Beyonders who carried such items would undoubtedly be viewed as black warlock. Now, if they were discovered, they would most likely be suspected. Klein carefully considered the uses and limitations of paper figurine substitute. The fifth was a spell-like ability called Flame Control. As the name suggested, through a simple action, one could control the flames within a 30-meter radius. It could also directly ignite certain items within the range. When the potion was completely digested or a sequence was advanced, one could even summon flames out of thin air. The sixth was illusion creation. By influencing the surrounding environment, one could create an illusion with colors, sounds, and smells that was close to reality. Could achieve the effect of passing off the fake as the real thing and deceive the enemy. This can be considered a special skill of magicians. Klein chuckled and walked to the oriel window, smugly admiring the night view of the street. The seventh was a fake underwater breathing. Its principle was to create an invisible thin air tube so that the magician could breathe freely under the water. It looked as if he had become a so-called Murloc. The problem was that there was a limit to the length of the air tube. At present, Klein could only maintain a length of about 5 meters. In other words, once the water depth exceeded 5 meters, he might drown. Of course, the digestion of the potion and the advancement of his sequence would result in the substantial growth of the air tube. The eighth was a spell-like ability, bone softening. This could help magicians break free from handcuffs, ropes, and boxes. It's also a special skill. Klein thought in a good mood. The ninth was an evolution of a clown's ability to turn paper into flying daggers. It was called paper as weapons. Not only could it transform paper into sharp objects, but it could also temporarily transform it into weapons such as clubs and brick. These were the 9 main spells or spell-like abilities of magicians. Although they weren't particularly powerful in attack and defense, and they lacked sufficiently strange types, they were magical and varied. It allowed Klein's strength to instantly increase by more than one level. He was even better at life preservation and escaping. Furthermore, magicians had the ability to cast spells quickly. Beyonders of this sequence didn't need to chant incantations or inject spirituality. All they needed was a simple action to cast the corresponding spell or spell-like ability. In addition, the potion also allowed Klein to obtain some small tricks, but they weren't very practical. I can barely be considered a pretty good Beyonder. Klein sighed silently. Just as he was about to head out for a stroll and make a trip to the Brave to restock his revolver and bullets, the crimson moonlight outside the oriel window, which was dyed by the light from the gas lamps, suddenly deepened. Klein looked up in surprise and found that the dark clouds and mist in the sky had dissipated. The crimson moon, which was slightly more circular than a semicircle, was clearly revealed. Its outline quickly filled out, and in just a second or two, it became a full moon that was as red as blood, and it had only been 2 weeks since the last full moon. According to the normal calendar and the contents of astronomy, there were still about 10 days before the next full moon. This is the blood moon? Klein's lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself in relief. In this world, the moon's changes were both regular and irregular. Usually, it was identical to what Klein had experienced in his previous life, but there were always a few times a year when it would suddenly become round and red like blood. Such a situation was illogical. Sometimes it would only happen once a year, and sometimes it would happen 4 or 5 times a year. Be it an astronomer or a mysticologist, none of them could explain this phenomenon. They couldn't come up with a pattern, so they could only temporarily ignore this problem and treat it as one of the mysteries. They joked that perhaps the goddess was suddenly in a bad mood, and that the changes in a woman's mood were undoubtedly irregular. Of course, not knowing the reason and not understanding the essence didn't mean that there wasn't a corresponding conclusion to the phenomenon. In mysticism, this situation was called the blood moon. It was believed that it would cause the rise and eruption of negative emotions. It was believed that it would strengthen the powers of the underworld and the spirit world. Even if the dead weren't awakened, they could still crawl out of their grave. This is the 2nd time this year, right? Klein stood by the oriel window and admired the clear and clean sky. He admired the round, red full moon and felt that he was in a rather good state. In a certain house in Sherwood Borough, Furswall, who had attended a gathering that night and couldn't return to her 2-bedroom room in St. George Borough, was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the living room. As she chewed on the new bread with meat and vegetables, her hair was disheveled as she thought about the plot of her next novel. Suddenly, she frowned and threw away the food and pen in her hand. The moonlight shining in from the window grew stronger and redder, and Furs's expression turned more pained. Every full moon, she would hear the ravings that drove her crazy. Thump! She fell off the sofa, her body contorted as she struggled. After a while, she grabbed a large handful of hair, but the pain didn't alleviate the feeling that her head was about to explode. It didn't calm the restlessness that made her want to end her life. "It's happening again," Furs muttered in pain as her legs twitched. She chanted the honorific name of the god she believed in with great difficulty, hoping to obtain redemption. "Great God of steam and machinery, you are the essence, the embodiment, you are the artisans, protector, you are the radiance of technology, the radiance," as she chanted over and over again. Furz's pain didn't lessen. Instead, it intensified. Bang! As she tumbled violently, she accidentally knocked over the coffee table, scattering the books on it to the ground. Unable to hold it in any longer, Furs frantically scratched at the wooden leg of the coffee table with her fingernails. She scratched out deep marks one after another, producing a jarring creaking sound. Puff! Her fingernails were broken by force. Her hair was growing longer in a strange manner. At that moment, Furs felt that she would lose control that very night and become a monster. She had already chanted the honorific names of several gods, but none of them were saved. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." As she twisted and tumbled, she suddenly saw a piece of paper with ancient Hermes written on it. It was a mysterious incantation that Zio had discovered from History of the Ruan Kingdom's aristocracy. Her chanting had even attracted an existence that was suspected to be an evil spirit. "Even if it's an evil spirit, as long as it can help me, I'm willing to accept it." This thought flashed across Furz's mind in a muddled manner. She struggled to look over and used all her strength to whisper, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 299. Just as Klein put on his double-breasted frock coat, picked up his half-top hat, and walked towards the door, he suddenly heard an illusory prayer. "Who is it?" He frowned slightly and listened attentively, but he could only confirm that the supplicant was a woman. Furthermore, her voice was staccato, as though it contained immense pain. Thinking that there wasn't anything particularly urgent, the newly advanced magician Klein casually threw the half-top hat back onto the coat rack. He then returned to his bedroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and entered the majestic palace. This time, he didn't see any of the illusory stars expanding and contracting with crimson light, but at the end of the ancient and mottled bronze table, beside the fool's seat, there was a clear brilliance rippling outwards. A prayer from someone who isn't a member of Tarot, Zio, or that lady with slightly curly brown hair. Klein had a guess as he sat in his seat. As he had already emptied the money in his anonymous account, he didn't suspect that anyone was trying to steal his wealth. Leaning back slightly, Klein tapped with his left hand, emanating his spirituality as he touched the rippling halo of light. The scene around him suddenly changed. He saw an overturned coffee table, a tilted sofa, books and papers strewn all over the floor, and a brown-haired lady who looked like she was on her deathbed. At the same time, Klein clearly heard the other party's prayer. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, save me, save me, save me?" From the looks of it, she looks like she's losing control. Her hair is growing longer at a discernible speed, and the stratum corneum of her skin is already covered in a layer of evil white light. "How can I save her?" Klein carefully observed for a few seconds and muttered to himself in a rather difficult position. At that moment, he recognized a faint, illusory, and indistinct ravings from the lady's pained pleas. Yes, ravings. This was similar to the terrifying ravings before entering the gray fog, but it didn't feel crazy or evil at all, nor did it contain any obvious malice. From the looks of it, the reason why this lady is close to losing control is because she heard the ravings. If she doesn't hear it, will she be able to calm down and get better? In thought, Klein extended his hand towards the rippling halo. Immediately following that, he allowed his spirituality to surge out and establish a stable and mysterious connection. After advancing to become a magician, his spirituality had become a lot more abundant, so the burden on him in this regard had decreased significantly. Firz's head became more and more muddled. She felt her thoughts were like boiling water, constantly bubbling, trying to break through the shackles of her head. Am I going to die soon? I don't want to become a monster. Just as this thought flashed through her mind sorrowfully, the pain drowned her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, she became clear-headed. The pain, agitation, madness, and despair that she had felt before didn't exist at all. It was just an illusion. Did he get through today so quickly? Didn't the blood moon last for a longer period of time? Furze opened her eyes in puzzlement. She saw that beneath her was an endless grayish-white fog, and in front of her was an ancient, mottled bronze table. Where is this? She looked around in surprise and saw towering stone pillars, as well as a towering palace propped up by the stone pillars. Right on the heels of that, she discovered that at the end of the long bronze table, there was a mysterious and abnormal figure shrouded in thick gray fog that seemed to be overlooking everything. What is this place? Who is he? Furze warily raised the question in her heart again. Immediately, she recalled what she had just done. Under extreme pain, she recited the mysterious incantation that Zio had found in History of the Ruan Kingdom's Aristocracy. It was a mysterious incantation that seemed to point to an evil spirit. No, it's not just an evil spirit. He can actually temporarily free me from the effects of those terrifying ravings. Furthermore, he pulled me into this strange world. Furze suppressed the fear in her heart and got up halfway to bow. May I know who you are? At that moment, she suddenly recalled the exact contents of the incantation. She blurted out, You're the fool. Sir. You're His Excellency the Fool? Klein smiled and nodded. You can just call me Mr. Fool. As he spoke, he discovered that behind the chair Furze was sitting on, the symbol and mysterious patterns formed by the resplendent stars were rapidly changing. In just a second or two, the outline of a door with layers upon layers was formed. It was a door formed by countless illusory figures of the same kind. Door? When Klein saw the symbol, he instantly thought of the Mr. Door mentioned in Roselle's diary. During the full moon, the other party would approach the real world and cry for help. Could the ravings have something to do with Mr. Door? Today is the night of the blood moon, an enhanced version of the full moon. This lady corresponds to Door, and the symbol behind Miss Zio's seat is similar to the Sword of Judgment. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With this, he confirmed one thing. Once a stable connection was established, and the other party was a beyonder, the symbol behind the corresponding seat would change according to the other party's actual situation. It wasn't necessary to join the tarot and regularly come above the gray fog. At this moment, Furze's heart was in turmoil. The Fool. As expected of the Fool. That honorific name indeed points to a powerful existence. What is he going to do? Will he make me use my soul to make a transaction? At least this is better than losing control in those terrifying ravings. I've managed to keep my life. No matter what happens in the future, it's equivalent to making a profit. Amidst her thoughts, she suddenly heard Mr. Fool ask with a smile, Every time there's a full moon, you'll hear murmurs from somewhere? How does he know? Furze looked over in surprise and replied in a daze, Yes. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly thought of a possibility and blurted out a question. You know the origin of the ravings? Do you know who is harming me? Do you know how to solve this problem? It's a pitiful wretch lost in the darkness and trapped in a storm. Klein originally planned on replying with words that could portray his image, but after some thought, he felt that he couldn't be certain that the ravings the lady in front of him had heard came from Mr. Door. In order not to make any mistakes and not to embarrass himself in the future, he ignored the other party's question and smiled vaguely. He doesn't necessarily want to hurt you. Maybe he's just asking you for help. Therefore, the ravings were not malicious, crazy, or evil. Ask me for help? But the ravings made me get closer and closer to losing control. If you hadn't helped me, I might have become a monster by now, Furs asked in disbelief. Klein smiled. That's because you're too fragile. I'm too weak. Furs was stunned and confused. Klein briefly explained, your life's natural order is far inferior to the other parties. Your level of life is too far apart from him. Perhaps his normal breathing will bring about a storm that can tear you into pieces. Perhaps with just a glance from him, you will die on the spot. Of course, if he deliberately controls his strength, it's not impossible for him to communicate with you normally. However, his voice might have to pass through layers of obstacles to reach your ears. Deliberate control often means that the call for help will fail. I mean, let's say that he's calling for help. The difference in life's natural order is too great. Just a glance from him will cause me to die on the spot. Furs was taken aback when she heard that. After a long while, she squeezed out a smile and said, "This reminds me of a saying. Do not look directly at God." Klein smiled at her and didn't give a direct answer. Could it be that the terrifying ravings really come from an existence that's close to the level of a deity? Mr. Fool can help me eliminate the influence brought about by the other party, and he has been discussing this matter in a rather calm tone. Does this mean that he's on the same level of life as that existence? The more Furs thought about it, the more shocked she became. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Klein waited for a few seconds before asking, "How long will the ravings last during every full moon?" "How long will the ravings last during every full moon?" 3 to 5 minutes. If it's the night of the blood moon, it will exceed 7 minutes. Furs reined in her thoughts and answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Klein increasingly felt that the owner of the ravings was Mr. Dorr. He temporarily put this matter aside and said with a smile, "In a few minutes, you can return." He smiled and said, "You can return in a few minutes. There's only one solution to the problem, and that is to raise your life's natural order." Furs hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's only one way to resolve the problem. Every time I see a full moon, may I recite your name? I'll be your devout believer." "No, there's no need." Klein shook his head with a smile. "But I don't mind helping you in passing. Thank you so much." Although Furs suspected that she was making a deal with an evil god, she didn't want to experience the same painful nightmare as before. After confirming this matter, she relaxed a lot. She noticed that there were still many seats around the long bronze table, so she asked tentatively, "Mr. Fool, you seem to have other people who frequent this place?" "No, maybe it's not necessarily a human," Furs silently added. Klein smiled in a relaxed manner. "It's a few people who are similar to you. I've pulled them here for various reasons. They hope that I can hold regular gatherings to trade recipes, materials, information, and missions. I promised them." Hearing this, Furs's heart palpitated. Thinking that she had already fallen for it, she boldly asked, "Mr. Fool, can I join this gathering?" "Sure. Every Monday, 3 p.m. Eliminate the interference." Klein smiled and pointed at the cards that suddenly appeared on the surface of the long bronze table. "They've decided to use the names of the tarot cards as their code names. You can pick one yourself. The ones below already have an owner, so you can't choose," Furs nodded. She shuffled and cut the deck with great interest. She mumbled, "Let fate arrange my title." Soon, she pulled out a card and looked at it. Chapter 300. Lying on the living room floor, Furs's eyelashes fluttered a few times as she slowly opened her eyes. She saw the bright moon hanging high in the sky outside the window, like a disk filled with crimson radiance. The thin and hazy crimson veil of the past had turned into a rich sanguine glow. "I didn't die, I didn't lose control. It wasn't a dream just now. A mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool really saved me." Furs sat up and checked her body. Apart from her hair becoming longer and thicker, there were no other abnormalities in the rest of her body. "But compared to before, my life is completely different. I wonder if it's good or bad." As she muttered to herself, furs hugged her knees as she sat on the ground. She fell into a daze, sometimes hesitant, sometimes nervous, sometimes sad, and sometimes at a loss. Above the gray fog, Klein looked at the chair with the symbol of stacked doors behind him and muttered thoughtfully. I wonder what information the ravings contain. When she has a sequence 7 or sequence 6, she should be able to resist the negative effects and hear the contents of the ravings. If she hasn't grasped the acting method, I'll get Miss Justice and the others to help me teach her. I've sworn to the goddess with the holy artifact that I won't mention such matters to people who don't know the acting method. When I advance to sequence 5 and become a marionettist, I might be able to use the corresponding ritual and the uniqueness of this mysterious space to control her from afar. I can directly see the scenes she sees and hear the voices she hears. That way, I can confirm if it's Mr. Dorr. This is a gentleman who has witnessed the history of the fourth epoch. He might be older than Mr. Aztec, who has lived one life after another. I wonder what his strength and level are equivalent to. 2? Or even 1. After some consideration, he felt his spirituality become unstable. He hurriedly fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. This was a normal phenomenon after advancing recently, so Klein gave up on the idea of heading out. He patiently cogitated at home and restrained his dissipating spirituality. Early in the morning, Furs took the earliest steam subway and returned to St. George Borough. Then, she took a public carriage and arrived at the 2-bedroom apartment she and Zio lived in. The moment she opened the door and entered, she was surprised to see Zio, who usually slept late, baking bread. The blood moon suddenly appeared last night, so I didn't sleep well. I woke up very early. Furs, are you all right? Did the strange ravings become stronger? Zio looked up and asked in concern. Furs's vision suddenly blurred. She turned her head to the side, forced a smile, and used her usual demoralizing tone. Where's your brain? Didn't I tell you? During the blood moon, the ravings will definitely become stronger. But this doesn't affect me at all. Yes, it doesn't affect me at all. Look at me, I'm so energetic now. Hey, give me a piece of bread too. I thought you didn't like eating this way? Zio muttered softly as she combed her short blonde hair. After completing the first step of his revenge and obtaining a promotion, Klein slept all the way until dawn. He leisurely went out to buy Fainapotter noodles for breakfast, along with a desi pie and a cup of sweet iced tea. After enjoying the delicacies with satisfaction, he put down his knife and fork, picked up the newspaper, and began reading in a relaxed mood. With a glance, he saw that the headline on the front page of the Tussock Times read, "On the night of the blood moon, the murderer reappears. Come again?" Klein quickly flipped through the front pages of the other newspapers and saw many similar headlines. The real 11th case. The police are helpless. The cold-blooded murderer has provoked the police again. An atmosphere of panic is spreading in Bakeland. The Nighthawks and mandated punishers must be having a headache, right? Klein sighed inwardly. To be honest, he had the urge to catch the murderer. When he was on Earth, he, who didn't have any abilities, would often fantasize about himself upholding justice and punishing evil. But now, as a Sequence 7 Beyonder, Klein felt that he would be letting down his past if he didn't become a superhero. Sigh, what a pity. This case has already received a lot of attention. If I get involved, won't I just be waiting for my identity to be exposed? I still have to be rational. Besides, according to Sun, the murderer is very likely to be at the stage of advancing from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5. Although I won't be afraid of him with so many spells and spell-like abilities, I might not be able to catch him. The risk is rather high. After some thought, Klein chose to follow the strongest thoughts in his heart and be an ordinary citizen. He believed that with the strength of the churches, if the murderer continued committing crimes, there was a high chance that he would be caught. After flipping through the relevant news, Klein glanced at the Bakelin Morning Post and discovered that the advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods had appeared on the 5th page. "There's a gathering tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Perfect timing. I can sell the Spring of the Elves marrow crystals to the apothecary." As Klein mumbled, he memorized the first 4 numbers of all the quoted prices. More than half an hour later, he finished reading the thick stack of newspapers in front of him and seriously considered his future plans. The long-term plan is to advance to a high-sequence Beyonder and become a demigod powerhouse. Then, I'll plot my revenge on Nsangwil. The medium-term plan is to find a way to act as a magician, gradually summarize the corresponding rules, and digest the potion bit by bit. During this process, I'll gather the human-skinned shadow characteristic needed by a faceless, deep-sea Naga's hair, thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and blood, as well as the method to remove the evil god's mental corruption from an item. Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient. Each one costs about £1,500. How expensive! In addition, I'll obtain a mystical item that leans towards attack or control. Although a magician is very strong, their Beyonder powers are mostly focused on life preservation, escape, and adapting to the environment. Their strongest attack is equivalent to a custom-made revolver. It's only good in the element of surprise, and it lacks the means to control the enemy. Short-term plan, short-term plan. I'll have to cut paper figurines later to prepare for the use of my abilities. I'll head to the circus in the afternoon to relax and entertain myself. I can also watch ordinary magicians perform to seek inspiration for acting. I read in the papers that Bakeland has a few fixed circuses. After clearing his thoughts, Klein immediately cleared his plate, washed his cutlery, and threw himself into the busy preparations. When it was almost noon, he put down the scissors and looked at the 3 rather crude paper figurines in front of him. He sighed and muttered softly, "This is probably the first time in my 2 lives that I've done manual work so seriously. Thankfully, it's just paper figurines, not window decorations or embroidery. It's fine as long as there's a human figure. Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that my hands have become nimble, I probably would have failed today." Klein had already used the additional paper figurines to test his abilities and confirmed that there were no mistakes. After folding the paper figurines and hiding them in a stack of notes, Klein put them away and placed them in his pocket. Just as he was about to head out to a better restaurant to enjoy the delicacies before heading to the nearest circus to watch a performance, the doorbell suddenly rang. The pleasant tinkling reverberated in his ears. "A commission? The advertisement I published should be off the shelves soon." Klein wore a shirt with a straight collar and a thin but warm sweater. He came to the door and held the handle. At the same time, the image of a visitor naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a man in his 40s. He was rather plump and appeared to be struggling to stand there. His eyes were squeezed into small pieces by the flesh on his face. His skin was rough but very white. He held a gentleman's cane in his hand and wore a very tall and large top hat on his head. Although Bakeland was considered cold in October, there was obvious sweat rolling down the man's forehead. Beside him were 2 attendants in bright red coats, one on each side of him and the other on each side of him. "I don't know him," Klein muttered. Before his spiritual perception could react, he opened the door. "Good afternoon. The weather is really hot." The plump, middle-aged man took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he spoke, a gust of cold wind blew past, causing the 2 attendants beside him to shiver a few times. "Good afternoon. May I know what you're here for?" Klein asked politely. "You're Detective Sherlock Moriarty, right? I have something I'd like to commission." The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rogo Koloman, a jewelry merchant." "Please come in." Klein smiled and made way. Rogo Koloman walked in with heavy footsteps and sat down on the sofa, causing the aged furniture to groan in resistance. "What exactly is it?" Klein took out a copper penny and skillfully rolled and spun it at his fingertip. Luogo sighed. I'd like you to protect my child until tomorrow afternoon. He's offended some lunatics. Until tomorrow afternoon? You found a solution? Why didn't you call the police? Klein asked unhurriedly. Rogo fell silent for 2 seconds. Adel made a few bad friends and was led by them to do some bad things. Yes, it's not too serious, but it's the kind that will send him to jail. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have called the police. He recently fell out with those bad friends and suddenly broke down. He kept shouting that those people were coming to kill him. I was very worried, so I hired 6 experienced security personnel from a security company to guard the perimeter. Then, I hired 4 private detectives to take turns following Adel. Even when he's sleeping, they'll keep watch. But something suddenly happened to one of the detectives at home. He can only return tomorrow afternoon, so I had to hire another one at the last minute. I'm sorry, but I can only hire you for a day. Well, the remuneration is £10. If you encounter any danger, I'll add more. I'll definitely satisfy you. Is that so? £10 a day is equivalent to more than a week's salary of Mr. Sammer next door. Klein confirmed that he wasn't lying from the other party's emotional color. In the brief silence in the living room, the copper penny that was constantly flipping between his fingers suddenly leaped up and landed in his palm with a clang. Klein glanced at it, curled his fingers, and smiled.